Thomas, the interpreter?
We're still waiting for them.
Okay. So we are going to start this seminar. Thank you for coming, everybody, because we are a little bit in a hurry because Carmen Pérez González, Vice-Rector of Institutional Relations of the University Carlos III of Madrid, has to go. So it has to be in another event at 9:30. So we want to thank her to be here with us to open this seminar on global justice in a changing global order, existing models and future frameworks. Thank you, Carmen.
Thank
the floor
you.
is yours.
Thank you very much. Yeah, for me it's a real pleasure to be here today and to welcome you all to Universidad Carlos III de Madrid and to this seminar on global justice in a changing global order. First of all, I want to say thank you to the organizers of the seminar. I think this is a really timely and timely, a very adequate seminar because we are really in a changing world, and one of the challenges this changing environment make us to face is global justice in a broad sense and transitional justice in particular. So a variety of factors are making the world more challenging now, technological events and political events. We knew today the results of the general elections in Chile, and many people predicted for the first time in democracy, one political party that is denying or not condemning the dictatorship of Pinochet came to power. And this has to mean something. We have to be prepared for this new world. So this is why this seminar is so timely, because this seminar poses, I think, the correct questions. And I think also, I'm the Vice Rector for International Relations, but I am also a teacher of public international law. So for me, public international law, international human rights law has to be part of the answer to these questions and to these challenges we are facing. And just to conclude, I want to make a reference to the role of the universities in this context. Because we think we are teachers, we have to teach students, and we have to teach the future generations, but we are also researchers, and we have also social responsibility, I would say, when it comes to make the questions and to answer the questions. I think academia has a leading role, has to have a leading role in this process. And as a lawyers, because I think this is a seminar that is very focused on the legal part of the problem, as lawyers, we have to identify where are the legal questions, and we have to make, we have to be ready to propose the practical but also correct answers to the questions. And this is, I think, the main goals of these seminars. So just to finish, I want to welcome you again to Universidad Carlos III de Madrid and to wish you a very fruitful and stimulating seminar. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm sorry I have to leave.
Thank you.
Gracias. Lini, if you want.
Yes. Yes, thank you so much. So I'm Line Ingborg-Gisler. I'm at Roskilde University, which is a Danish university, which maybe most of you do not know. But I want to say welcome. This conference is hosted by a project called the Standardization of Transitional Justice, Consolidation, Innovation, and Politics. And I'll be talking a little bit more about the project in my own session. But I wanted to thank, because this conference would not have been possible at all without my two co-organizers who actually did most of the work. So Felix Vacas Fernandez, who is here at this university, and Thomas Obel Hansen, who is a visitor here, for a long-term visitor who will, I think, stay on, have been key and to organizing this conference, came up together with me, but with the idea, but also influenced very much the program, and I hope it's going to be sort of very, very interesting 2 days. So global justice, what does it mean? That's what we're going to together explore and discuss, and we probably have different notions and ideas about what it means. Hopefully we'll interrogate some of the dominant conceptualizations and some of the global scripts, or even regional or national scripts that give sort of realization to these more abstract ideas of justice. But what we will also do, and Carmen talked about this conference being timely, is of course we'll examine justice not in the abstract, but in the contemporary world of today. So that was the idea of the conference, and I'm just so happy that we are coming from different disciplines and bringing together different national and regional and global experiences, but also different academic disciplinary disciplines to these questions. And hopefully we'll have an interesting debate. We don't have to agree, which is also one of the strengths of, I think, academic discussion. So hopefully there'll be some sort of interesting discussions. So from my perspective, I'd like to thank so much our hosts here, and look forward to hearing all your interesting ideas and thoughts and talking during the social aspects of the program as well. Thank you so much.
Yes, good morning, everyone. I just want to echo what Felix and Line have already said. I'm really delighted that we can meet here today and tomorrow for this important event. I believe it is in a changing global order, and it's such a pleasure to see such a group of people being brought together from different countries, and loads here from Spain, of course. That's really great, and great to have our international visitors as well. And looking at the program, I'm really, really excited. It looks very promising for me to have some interesting exchanges on what it is we're witnessing at present. How will global justice play out in this changing global order that we are quite clearly living in? And want to echo Line. Yes, of course, we will probably come with different perspectives on some topics, and I think that's just a strength that we learn through debate and discussion. So I look forward to that personally, both during the workshop panels themselves, and also the smaller exchanges we can have in other contexts during an event like this. So I'm really excited about that. I want to thank Line and from Roskilde and the funder of the project, on which I'm also a member, and this will be the last event on the project. It comes to an end by the end of the year, officially at least. Yes. Then collaboration can continue, and an event like this could possibly also, or could likely be a platform for creating new ideas for a research agenda to take research on these topics forward. So that would be absolutely wonderful if that's something that could come out of it. And I want to thank Felix, of course, also co-organizer, and for really taking the lead on organizing this event in many ways, I think. And loads of logistics, as you know, when you do something like this, and that goes mainly to Felix. So. And I'm really excited we can do the event here at Carlos III. As Linus was mentioning, I've been affiliated in different ways over the years, and I'm really excited that I'm taking up a full-time position here from the new year. So that's a wonderful opportunity for myself also to make this event feel part of that transition, I suppose. So on a practical note, I don't think we need to go into much detail, only to say that we have interpretation organized for the event, and I see all the equipment is there, but we're still waiting for the interpreters. So hopefully as we move into the panels today, that should all play out. I hope so. That was one of my responsibilities, by the way. So
It's the company's responsibility to be here on time.
all right. With that, I think we should open up the show and go to our first panel. So Line, you are moderating that
Yes.
that panel.
Yeah.
So I'll walk down.
Yes, yeah. So thank you so much, and thank you for coming. So I'd like to invite Dr. Arjun Chowdhury, Dr. Malcolm Jorgensen, Professor Ana Manero Salvador, and Dr. Zainab Ardic to join me here. For that reason, we are sitting here. Sit down. Okay. Yes. Sorry. Yeah. Sorry. No. Thank you. Sorry. Yes. So the idea about this first session is to basically. Oh, sorry. Yes, it's. So the idea about this first session is to basically move into the topic by first inviting Dr. Chowdhury to talk about global order and to situate our thinking on so to enable us to situate our discussions on global justice in these international relations discussions about global order. So the first session will try and identify some trends in global order, and then sort of move from global order into questions of global justice. So with that small note about the session one, I think we'll take the 4 presentations first, and then we'll open up for Q&A afterwards. Yeah. So Arjun, please. Welcome.
Good morning, everyone. I want to thank the organizers and especially Alina for inviting me. Am I clear in the back? You can hear me okay? Okay. I also thank Lena for pointing out that while the topic of the conference is global justice in a changing world order, I'll be talking just about order and not about justice at all. So let me give you a little bit of an outline of my talk. I'm an international relations scholar. I don't study international law or transitional justice like most of the other participants. But what I am here to talk about is when we talk about changing global order, we need to have a sense of what is global order to understand what is changing about it. So I'll begin with some definitions that will situate us about order and what it means, what would lead to a change in global order. Then I'll start talking about what in international relations anyway is seen to be the big shift, which is the demise or the fall of the liberal international order. And what I'm going to say is that if we look at when we started talking about this term, liberal international order, we see something a little bit odd and puzzling. It seems like a new thing that we're talking about when we talk about the liberal international order. Then I'll talk about what is really underlying talks of change in global order, and that is really the rise of non-Western states. What does this mean? What are the concepts we need to think about it? I'll talk about that. And that will lead me to my 2 main points. The first point is historical. That is, when we look at the broader history of challenges to order, without the terms liberal international order, we'll realize that the challenges from non-Western states are not new at all. They've been going on right from the start of the formation of what is recognizably the post-war international order. They're only appearing new because of the language we are using to term this challenge. And that'll lead me to my conclusion that what can we expect going forward? And the sort of the summary of my argument is that we can expect actually a continuation in a lot of the patterns of order that we have seen for the last 80 odd years. But what we won't see is a commitment to liberal forms of order. That is really what's under siege now. And it's important to disaggregate order and the liberal sort of components of the order to see what's going on. And again, my point is that we should have expected this. This should not be a surprise. We should have expected this given the history that I'm going to show you. So let me give you 3 definitions very quickly. What is international order? International order, quite simply, is the patterns of interaction between states that are more or less consistent. Now, the simplest way to think about, you can think about international order in 2 ways. One is that these are behaviors that if states do it, they're rewarded in some way. So the best example of this is that if you democratize, you could join NATO or the European Union. So that is an award, a reward based on the level of liberal reforms of your government. And you can think about international order really as a club. Laura Ann Viola wrote a good book about international order is a club, and the basic idea is that the key thing about a club is that you can stop people from entering it. You can exclude people. And international order is like that. It's not just those who are included in international order, it's also those who are excluded. Think of NGOs, think of rebel groups. These are people who cannot access the benefits of being in the club. The second term I should say is that I'm going to use the term non-Western a lot. And non-Western is basically, it's a little bit of a strange category because there's nothing common in terms of culture, language, history between non-Western states. Asian and African states are very different from each other. But what is similar is a sort of history of exclusion from Western institutions. And as a result, non-Western states come together to challenge and change this order, which has historically excluded them. And the interesting thing here is that Russia, as a result of its prior exclusion from this concept of the West, often winds up being a partner for non-Western states in these types of coalitions, which I'll talk a bit more about. The final definition is what is a power shift. In international relations, we just see power in a very simple way. The simplest way of thinking about it is GDP. And what you've seen in the last 30 years is very poor states, particularly China and India, have gained a fair amount of relative power. So in 1990, I'll show you a chart of this in a second. In 1990, China had 10% of US GDP. Now it has 70% of US GDP. India had 5% of US GDP. Now it has 15% of US GDP. And what you see here is the gap in GDP between states, or the relative power, that is the proportion of world GDP these states have changed a lot. By some measures, if you look at purchasing power parity, the Chinese economy may well be bigger than the US. So that's what we mean by power. It's relative to each other. That is, China is now closer to the US than it was 30 years ago. That's all we mean by a power shift. Okay, so let's talk about order. Here I highlight three, in international relations, sort of examples of this talk about the demise of the liberal international order. And you can see that these come from quite different perspectives. On the left, you see one of the preeminent journals in the field, International Organization, had a special issue 4 years ago called Challenges to the Liberal International Order. At the top of the screen, you see John Mearsheimer, one of the big critics of liberal international order and a critic of of NATO support to Ukraine, talked about the rise and fall of liberal international order in 2019. And John Eikenberry, a more liberal international relations theorist in 2018, says the end of liberal international order. So you would think that if we're talking about something that is coming to an end or potentially coming to an end, it's been going on a long time. So we should have been talking about liberal international order for a long time. Well, that's just not true. Here's the interesting thing. When I was in graduate school in the middle of this chart. I'm getting on. But when I was in graduate school, we never talked about liberal international order. This was not a term. This is Google Ngrams. This is books indexed in Google. And what you can see in books indexed in Google, we didn't talk about liberal international order until about 2010. Then we started discussing it. I want to make 2 points about this. We've been talking about this only in the context of its decline, A. B, we've been talking about the demise of the liberal international order before Donald Trump came to power. So it's not just a Trump effect. But there's a certain thing that happened just before we started talking about liberal international order as being in decline. Note again, we didn't talk about it at all, and then we started discussing it when it's in decline. And that was the first BRIC meeting. Brazil, Russia, India, and China started this thing. And after that, the rise of China and the rise of the non-West has really conditioned these discussions. Obviously, the Donald Trump thing has a fair amount to do with it, but another thing that's important is the rise of these non-Western states and what they're doing, which I'll talk a little bit more about in a moment. A couple of things here is that the rise of the non-West in international relations is really not well understood. Our existing concepts are not very good at telling us what's going on. We can agree that the unipolar world order where the US was preeminent is now over. So this is an article in Foreign Affairs from a few years ago. But how do we describe the current structure? Do we use the terms we used to use, unipolarity, that is the 1990s, bipolarity, which is the Cold War, or multipolarity, which is the European order that was prior to that? We're not using these terms. We come up with these strange neologisms. I'll give you just one example, unbalanced multipolarity. Again, when I was in graduate school, we never heard this term. This is a new term, but it just gives us a sense we don't really know the type of world we're in. So what are some indicators that give us a description of what is changing in the world? So one is institutionalization. You're seeing these institutions which we don't know, are they competing with Western institutions? Are they complementary? But the BRICS zone has expanded from 4 states to 10. Iran, for example, Ethiopia, part of it, Saudi Arabia might join. You're having the Chinese development institutions like the Asian Investment and Infrastructure and Investment Bank, so on and so forth. This also means that now China and India are now donors of aid. They're also creditors. They also lend. And what this means is that they lend primarily to non-Western states. And that means non-Western states now have options for debt beyond just the Western countries that were in the Paris Club. If you recall from the 1980s, a non-Western state had to either go to a bilateral or donor with the Paris Club rules or go to Western banks. That is no longer the case. The Chinese loan book, by some measures, is bigger than most other countries. And finally, non-Western states are trading a lot with each other. This is a big change. A PTA, I should have said, it's not a parent-teacher association like in the US. It's a preferential trade agreement. And unlike in the past, most preferential trade agreements are now between non-Western states. And you can see this play out in the patterns of world trade. If you look at the green line at the bottom, the green line is trade between essentially non-Western states, because these are poor states. Trade between poorer countries is now equivalent as a percentage of trade to trade between rich countries. And this is a new thing. Keep in mind that after decolonization, non-Western states didn't trade with anyone. That was autarky, import substitution. So this, again, are the types of changes we need to be looking at when we talk about changes in global order. And hopefully what you're seeing is that this is not just something that's oppositional to liberal international order. It is a new... If you think of order as regularized patterns of interaction, they are happening. They're just happening a little bit differently from what we've seen for the last 80 or so years. And here are my main points. This type of interaction, mobilization is not new. It only appears new because we are saying that what's changing is the demise of liberal international order. And liberal international order, as you can see, is a neologism. It's not a very helpful, in my view, a term. If we actually look at what non-Western states have been doing, this has been going back for years and years. It's been going on way before we had the term liberal international order. So I'll just give you a couple of examples. If you think about non-Western states mobilizing in international institutions, this has been going on since, I mean, you can go look back at the League of Nations if you want, but they weren't states then. But really, you look at the UN in the 50s, the pushing of decolonization was a big deal. The Arab states, for example, were trying to get the decolonization motions on Algeria introduced. The US had no choice but to support it. The French were angry at this, and they backed one of Nehru's motions to end the fighting in Korea. So Dean Acheson, the American diplomat, got angry and said, the problem with these states at the UN is any irresponsible person like Nehru can force a vote on these issues. And obviously this continued with the NEIO, New International Economic Order, G77 in the 70s. The point is that there's a history of this type of mobilization. And again, this is long before anyone talked about the liberal international order, much less the demise of the liberal international order. All this is going on with no reference to liberalism. So there's 2 consistent themes which I say we need to recognize from the past. The first is that numbers matter. And this is the arithmetic majority that the US policymaker Daniel Patrick Moynihan called in 1970s. He said there's a consistent voting bloc, and studies of, say, UN voting by Voten and a more recent paper have shown that these patterns are quite consistent. There's a voting bloc on these issues. But the second thing which is consistent is that non-Western states are recipients of transfers from the international system. Specifically, they spend less on defense than they receive in foreign aid. And they need debt for what I'm going to show you is basically structural trade deficits. And the point is that if we look back, there's a paper by Lena about this. If we look at the adoption of these policies that look liberal by a lot of these non-Western states, it's really done to access these resources from the international system. And what we are seeing now is that they may not have to do this to access resources from the international system. But will they continue to need resources from the international system? Yes. Let me just show you two visualizations of this. One is to look at just Sub-Saharan Africa. Sub-Saharan Africa is important because there are just a lot of states in Sub-Saharan Africa. What you see here, the dotted black line is basically trade balance. What you're seeing is that if you look at the dotted blue line or the red line, the basic story is all countries in Sub-Saharan Africa run trade deficits. And what this means is that there's only one way of dealing with a trade deficit over a sustained period of time. You have to borrow money. Right? So the need for debt is ongoing. It hasn't gone anywhere. That has not changed. What has changed is potentially newer sources of finance. The second chart, this is a little bit fiddlier, but the way to understand this is that below the dotted line is basically you are spending more on defense than you're receiving in foreign aid. Above the dotted line, you are receiving more in foreign aid than you're spending in defense. And the blue dots are Sub-Saharan African states. What you see, most Sub-Saharan African states and several that are not in Sub-Saharan Africa, LDCs, are receiving more in foreign aid than they spend on defense. So what this means is that there's a dependency on the international system. By contrast, if you look below, if you look at the red dots and the US on that side, richer countries spend on defense and are net donors. And as a result, they are necessarily below the dotted line. But there's a fair number of non-Western states that need debt and need aid. That's what to take from this chart. Okay, so I got a couple of minutes, Lena. Am I on time?
Yes, definitely. You have 4 minutes left.
Okay, good. This, I promise, is it. This is the last slide. So what is this telling us? Where are we going with this? So again, what I'm saying is that what the summary I have here is that for reasons like this, we are not going to see some type of chaotic situation where there are no regularized patterns, no rules, or something like that. But we are not, whatever patterns we see are going to be less and less liberal. So things like what we'll be discussing today and tomorrow, transitional justice, there'll probably be much less emphasis on that compared to other things. And the reasons for this is that the challenges to the Western-led order are not new. That's the historical story. I didn't go into it in great detail. I just flagged a couple of moments. But again, during the Cold War, after the Cold War now, non-Western states have voted together in the UN. They've used these international forums as ways to mobilize with numbers. And the way to think about this is that non-Western states want to be part of the club because they need access to the type of resources that the club hands out, but they want changes to the rules of the club. And so it is not a challenge in the sense, it's not a revolutionary challenge, but it is a challenge nonetheless. And these club dynamics, I suggest, help us identify what is being challenged and what is not being challenged. If we think about it as a club, and really it's about the rules of the club and not the existence of the club, we can see what is being challenged in the current rules of the club and what is not being challenged. What is being challenged are basically the liberal components of these rules. So things like, unfortunately for the participants in this conference, what is being challenged are aspects of international law, as I'm sure we'll hear in more granular detail later. What is being challenged is the kind of rewards for democratizing that we saw was so salient in the 90s and onward. What is not being challenged are what we can see are the more statist components of international order. And that's a really important thing to think about, that non-Western states have the numbers they need. They do not need to expand the club any further. Instead, they're more invested in maintaining the state-based international order. And this plays out in a couple of ways. There's still respect for sovereignty. Even though there's a huge amount of supporting of rebels by non-Western states against each other, there's still a commitment to existing borders and sovereignty. There's also, particularly with the rise of China, a fair amount of support for developmentalist approaches led by the state. These policies led by the state, that's still quite big. And in fact, it is empowering states in much of the world. And this also, this brings me to the notion that, again, the demise of the liberal international order should not be overstated. Yes, the liberal components are diminishing, but there are serious limits to overturning what has been the regularized patterns of order we've had. And those limits, quite simply, are that most fundamentally at the level of the kind of rules of the system, going back to some kind of English school conceptualization, there's no empowerment of non-state actors. The state system is not being challenged by the rise of these non-Western actors. They have no interest in challenging the state system. If anything, empowering rebels, supporting secession, empowering NGOs is a problem. So this is not a challenge in the sense of the rise of human rights activism in the 70s and 80s was to state power. The other important thing to keep in mind is that even though you have rising powers that are getting more powerful, they're still relatively poor, and they're still not putting the same amount of resources into these kind of, into the club, so to speak, as Western states have. I took the US out because the Trump USAID, there's all kinds of funny things going on. But if you just look at Chinese development aid, it's $3 billion. Japan in the last 5 years has been giving upwards of $10 billion. So again, we don't want to overstate the amount of resources that is coming into the club from these other states, from non-Western states. We don't want to overstate it because then we might think that there's more of a challenge or an alternative to current liberal international order than there is. Rather, we should be thinking about it more as efforts to change the rules of the existing system and to offer some complementary resources, not an alternative or a substitute for them. Okay, on that note, I'm finished. Was I in time?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Perfect.
Thank you for your patience.
Thank you so much, Arjun.
You come up here. I'll put on here.
Okay. Yes. Thank you so much. So all our affiliations are in the program, but I'm sorry because I'm the co-organizers. I failed to introduce Arjun properly, but Arjun, there's still a seat up here at the panel if you want. But Arjun has written a book called The Myth of International Order, which has won prizes, and I hope that we can engage with his ideas further over the coming 2 days. So our next speaker is Dr. Malcolm Jorgensen from the Max Planck Institute for Comparative Public Law and International Law. And now we are moving from this sort of arguments and conceptualization of global order into a specific institution, a specific product, I think, of global order, which is the International Criminal Court. So thank you so much, Dr. Jorgensen, for coming to be with us. It's wonderful you could be here, and the floor is yours.
Fantastic, thank you very much, and to the organizers for the invitation. So my work as both an international lawyer and as an international relations theorist very much sits exactly at the nexus of questions of global justice and the changing global order. So I've decided to start my comments today with this image here, which was actually taken from the cover of my book, which I published in 2020 with Cambridge University Press, on the politics, essentially, of the International Criminal Court under American hegemony. And what that particular picture shows is an American tank standing outside the Palace of Justice in Nuremberg in 1945, providing the military security that was necessary for the legal proceedings of the Nuremberg trials, which took place inside the building. And so this in some ways is an illustration of the idea that there's some exceptional role of the United States in creating the Nuremberg and the Tokyo War Crimes Tribunals, and that the United States is has seen itself as an exemplar of constitutional rule of law internationally, and yet the US and its personnel in this case remain exempt from jurisdiction. And so it's just an image that I want you to keep in your head as I'm talking. So the comments that I'll make today are really thinking about this question of today's changing global order and the well-known challenges of what is termed American exceptionalism. So there's some familiarity with this concept, but this has been now joined by other Western states increasingly asserting their own political exceptions to ICC authority based on their own perceived exceptional power, values, or history. So the ideas of so-called American exceptionalism lie behind a rather complicated US history with the ICC. And importantly, I'll emphasize the ways that these ideas of American exceptionalism have shaped the ICC in turn. That is, that some of the terms of the Rome Statute reflect compromises that were reached at the original negotiations to take account of some of these ideas of American exceptionalism. The United States is, of course, a non-state party to the Rome Statute. It never signed and became a member of the ICC. And so, although its criticisms and resistance to the court sit in one political category, what we increasingly now also see are leading state parties, those who are legally bound by the Rome Statute, also asserting their own claimed exceptions. And so I've written about what I've described as an inchoate democratic exception, this claimed democratic exception that countries like France and Germany have proposed to following the strict legal forms of the ICC statute. And if I have time, I'll talk a little bit about German exceptionalism as a further reason that has emerged for evading legal obligations. Essentially, these claims to exceptions and exceptionalism are best understood as a manifestation of these broader forms of global contestation over the values and the power structures that together define the meanings of core concepts such as accountability, legitimacy, and justice across the international legal order. So just a couple of words about the conceptual framework which I take, and so the way that we can understand these different shifts in the global order and how they relate to accountability in the ICC. The first comment that I'll make is about my perspective from comparative international law. So I feel a few people in the room will be quite familiar with this literature. So Anthea Roberts in 2017 wrote the leading book on this in recent years, where she took the traditional question, is international law really law? And turned it around to ask, well, is international law really international if countries have such different interpretations of the law that we can no longer necessarily think of it being international in that sense? So that's the perspective that I've taken, and my book from 2020 was a comparative international law analysis. And so Anthea Roberts wrote the foreword for that as an example of what she described as horizontal comparison is the normal standard way of doing comparative international law, but we can also do vertical studies within a particular country, that one country will be arguing within its own discourses about different conceptions of law. So the story that I told in that book there was how US policymakers have explained the legitimacy of dominant US power to each other and to the world through ideological beliefs about the exceptional nature of American power, values, and purpose. And so it's this idea that ideologies are more often directed at the producers of the ideology than at the consumer. They help to avoid the kinds of cognitive dissonance that emerge from advocating for something that might otherwise appear to be unjust simply to further particular self-interests. And so I approached this puzzle of what we're observing of different interpretations conflicting between each other about international law as a comparative international law question. So that's the first point I wanted to make about my conceptual approach. And I continue that work. I've listed there my subsequent chapter applied some of these concepts in an Oxford University book, Tracing Value Change in the International Legal Order. And I talked there about ideological values and norm contestation in the ICC. And I found there that different ideological beliefs of American policymakers had argued for a positive relationship between international legal accountability and more robust US national sovereignty. And that, of course, contradicts the beliefs of many global counterparts who are actually committed to accountability through ICC independence, and so a reduction in the sovereignty, if you like, of a country like the United States. And what this shows is also the influence of US practice in the ICC's exercise of jurisdictional powers. And so I identified evidence that a sense of pragmatism is increasingly becoming incorporated as an element that defines accountability in the ICC's decisions to pursue particular cases. This, of course, inevitably yields what we might think of as double standards, who is actually held to account. But it again reflects the arguments of the book itself, that some of these American ideas of exceptionalism have made their way both into the Rome Statute and other laws and in the practices of the court. And so they are co-constitutive in that sense. The other conceptual approach I wanted to take, so that was my work from some years ago, is that I've shifted to think about how these kind of ideas are actually playing out in a contested and changing global order. And this is where I've started to think about instead concepts of geolegal reordering. And so these different comparative conceptions of international law that I've mentioned, the idea that different states might have different ideas of law, are actually now being played out in more tangible forms in what I've termed geolegal reordering. And so what I mean here by geolegal orders are spheres of influence in which the interpretation and operation of international law is determined by geostrategic power. And we can really see examples of this in, for instance, the rhetorical agreement that certain principles are fundamental to the order. So sovereign equality, the United Nations Charter, or international law itself. We can find statements by all leading states that these are the core elements of the international legal order, and yet there's interpretive disagreement between geostrategic spheres of influence. So in the case of China, we see excessive claims in the South China Sea, but these essentially operate as effective political norms. There's no realistic situation where China will be dislodged from the islands that it's created or will relinquish control over that territory. So what China says is international law operates as political norms that are effective, even if we don't accept them as international legal norms. Russia, in its own sphere of influence, makes expansive legal claim rights. It's very much invokes international law. Nobody has talked about international law more than Russia, in fact, in the war in Ukraine. And these are rights unknown to international lawyers, but they would be vindicated, especially under any anticipated peace settlement. That what Russia says is its sovereignty in the region would demonstrate its political enjoyment of rights, even if we don't recognize them as law. And now finally we see the United States conducting military strikes in the Caribbean against alleged drug traffickers, which lack any accepted legal basis, and yet the United States invokes expansive rights of self-defense under Article 51 of the UN Charter across what it terms the Western Hemisphere. And we saw very explicitly from the last week or so references to a revival of the Monroe Doctrine, that the Monroe Doctrine will once again govern American interpretations of international law. This means that I perhaps have a slight point of difference from Arjun's talk, where he stated that the state system is unchallenged. The state system itself is unchallenged by these rising Western powers. But I would suggest that the state system is defined in part by enjoyment of sovereignty and the meaning of sovereignty. And so some of these leading non-Western states very loudly invoke concepts of sovereignty, but what they mean in practice we can see means something quite different in different geo-legal areas. To turn then to thinking specifically about the International Criminal Court, I don't want to go into this in too much detail, but just so we understand the facts, the next couple of slides are just the facts of what's happened in recent years that I want to think about in terms of these political trends. And so we saw from 2020, the ICC confirmed that it would be investigating crimes that had taken place in relation to the Afghanistan war. And these included, very importantly, those committed potentially by US military and official personnel. So the ICC turned to actually investigating the US. So for those who aren't as familiar, the significance of this was that the primary form of jurisdiction under the ICC is where crimes are committed by the national of a country who is a member to the Rome Statute. That's the primary way of doing that. But the statute also allows for jurisdiction where crimes are committed in the territory of a state party, irrespective of the nationality of the person who is the potential perpetrator. And so, although the United States is not a member of the Rome Statute, its crimes were committed potentially in Afghanistan and other member states. So that's just an important point of distinction as a matter of law. So in 2020, in the first Trump administration, he took certain actions by executive order against the ICC. The Biden administration reversed those when he came into office. In 2023, importantly, there was the arrest warrants put out for Vladimir Putin for alleged war crimes in the Russo-Ukrainian war. And so I'll come back to that, but it's just it'll be important for understanding some of the double standards of states in this regard. Then we saw in 2024 the arrest warrants for Israeli and Palestinian leaders, which really then led to the response of the Trump administration this year. So on the 6th of February, importantly, there was an executive order imposing sanctions on the International Criminal Court. And so that then led to all of these subsequent sanctions were done under that the power of that executive order. And so on the 5th of June, for instance, imposed sanctions in response to the ICC's claimed illegitimate actions targeting the United States and Israel, and went on over the course of the year to sanction various judges of the courts, the Special Rapporteur, Francesca Albanese, further judges, and the designation of certain human rights centers, so centers studying human rights as terrorist organizations for the purpose of responding to these ICC claims against Israel. Okay, so that's the basic factual background of what I'm talking about. So then we can talk to now this concept of exceptions and exceptionalism and how that can help us understand the current state of the court and global justice and where this might be going in the international order. So we can look all the way back to 1998, that it wasn't with the Trump administration that exceptionalism was used to try and constrain the court. But the former president, Joe Biden, as chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee in 1998, when the Rome Statute was still being negotiated, Joe Biden essentially expressed his long-held liberal internationalist beliefs that the United States did have this exceptional status in the world, that the example of its constitutional democracy provided a template for other countries to behave. And so American power could be put in the service of creating an effective international criminal court, and in fact was necessary for any successful international criminal court. That was the assumption of liberal internationalism. And so Biden at that point purported to the jurisdiction that I've mentioned under Article 12, rejected the idea that the court could try non-state nationals of non-state parties, and so objected to this purported de facto universal jurisdiction and said that he would threaten allies with review of military cooperation to, quote, get them to focus on aspects of the treaty I suspect they have not fully focused on. So that was already the so-called friendly side of American politics towards the ICC. And we saw this escalate with the Trump executive orders from 2020 and 2025, where there were statements about the United States remaining committed to accountability and the peaceful cultivation of international order. So how could we understand that the Trump administration would be talking about these ideas of accountability and peaceful cultivation of international order? I think some of the most enlightening statements were from Secretary of State Marco Rubio. So some of these statements putting sanctions against the ICC, I can note on the 5th of June, he said, I call on the countries that still support the ICC, many of whose freedom was purchased at the price of great American sacrifices, to fight this disgraceful attack on our nation and Israel. And so it's this idea of the freedom of the world being purchased through American power that underpins some of these contradictory actions towards the ICC. So that's the first one form of exceptionalism that we can see, American exceptionalism shaping the jurisdiction of the ICC. The second form of exceptionalism that I wanted to talk about is the so-called democratic exception, which I mentioned at the outset. And so there is this indirect relevance of democracy to the ICC statute in that primary jurisdictional power is given to countries to first of all try crimes within their own legal system, and only when that fails can the International Criminal Court intervene. The problem is that states have now taken that and essentially to interpret a right to determine whether a country is democratic as a basis for shielding that country from accountability. And so we see statements from the United States have long been in this line. So Senator Lindsey Graham has said, for instance, the Rome Statute doesn't apply to Israel, the United States, France, Germany, or Great Britain because it wasn't conceived to come after us. And this reflects the sense that democracy was always supposed to be an important element of what would protect certain countries from ever coming before the jurisdiction of the court. But now we see statements in response to the arrest warrants for Benjamin Netanyahu and other Israeli and Palestinian leaders, where France in its statements has said that France and Israel are two democracies committed to the rule of law, and so it would not execute Israeli arrest warrants, contrary to its obligations to do so under the Rome Statute. Likewise, Germany, in response to these arrest warrants, has said that there are difficult questions that arise when the ICC investigates states governed by the rule of law, and expected that Israel's democratic system would be taken into account by ICC judges. And these have to be contrasted with the very different response to arrest warrants for Vladimir Putin in what are legally identical circumstances. But the reference seems to be to the fact that there's not a democracy in Russia, and therefore the ICC can be used as a tool against Russia in that way. This is a logical argument. You can follow the logic of it, but there's no legal basis. Essentially, it's the exceptions that are claimed by these states on a political basis are used to reinvent the law, if you like. Because of time, I won't go into it, but I also have talked about and written a little about the idea that there might be a German exceptionalism here, that Germany sees its own history as a reason for not having to or not being obliged to uphold these principles, especially against Israel. And I'm happy to talk about that in the question and answer session. So just as a way of conclusion, this again brings me back to some of the same themes talked about in the first presentation by Arjun about the liberal or the rules-based international order. And there is some different terminology here of liberal or rules-based international order. But many states use the concept of a rules-based order to mean this idea of a liberal international order. And the kind of contestations we've seen and the claims to exceptions or exceptionalism are part of this contest over whether the rules-based order defines international law. And so in my terms of thinking of comparative international law, I don't set aside the rules-based order as something that simply detracts from international law, as many scholars do, but rather it's an example of a particularistic version of international law that is promoted by especially Western states, including preferred hierarchies of power in the international order. And so international law in this view is presented as more legitimate where it invokes liberal conceptions of democracy and human rights. And perhaps the final takeaway point here is that I've been wanting to emphasize that the design of the Rome Statute itself and politics of the ICC are not independent from this contest to define international legal order in these liberal ways, but rather are deeply implicated in that contest from the start. So in the way that the United States influenced the Rome Statute and has brought some of these ideas into the Rome Statute's terms, the assumptions of countries about this democratic exception, and the ICC itself in rejecting US sanctions used the language of describing these US sanctions as a, quote, affront to the rules-based international order. And so shows the deep implication of these liberal ideas in international law. And what this shows is that the ICC is part of this trend of international legal order shifting to one of geo-legal orders in which geographies of strategic power and ideology will increasingly determine the interpretation and operation of core concepts such as accountability, justice, and what is a legitimate international law. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Malcolm. Before we go to our next presenter, I just have a small announcement because we have booked, or we thought we had booked a simultaneous translation, English-Spanish, but there has been a miscommunication with the bureau that is organizing it. So we are trying to organize it to happen as soon as possible, and probably after lunch today, but definitely also tomorrow. So I'm very sorry about that, and I hope that we can manage bilingually. My next speaker is Professor Ana Manero Salvador, who is a professor here at this university of public international law. So she will proceed further into all these situations that make us uncomfortable today. Thank you very much. The floor is yours, Professor Anna. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Line. Well, first of all, I would like to thank Feliz and Thomas for their invitation. I think that this is, well, I'm very happy to be here in this round table, learning a lot of things. And, well, I think that I have so many things to think about after these two speeches. Well, I'm in a bit hurry because I have a PhD dissertation after, well, in half an hour, so I will talk as fast as I could. So, well, let's go then. And I have prepared my presentation in Spanish, so I'm going to talk in Spanish, but if I have to say something in English, I will do that, okay? So, well, I'm going to talk about multilateralism and accountability. So, let's go. Multilateralismo y rendición de cuentas. So, well, we know that we have a very strong tension now, very stress situation in multilateralism. Tenemos una situación muy tensa en la construcción de la arquitectura internacional iniciada en el año 45 y consolidada después de la Guerra Fría hasta nuestros días. There are so many authors like Johan or Rogi. We have talked also about Heikenberry before, so I will say something about him. Also, que hablan de esta tensión que existe en el multilateralismo. Me gusta mucho en After Hegemony cuando Johan señala que las instituciones internacionales, su papel, su función es limitar, controlar la anarquía a través de normas y mecanismos de cooperación internacional y señalar que esto es el fundamento, la base del multilateralismo. También me gusta la afirmación de Raggi cuando habla del liberalismo incrustado, como el liberalismo se ha incrustado en la arquitectura multilateral, introduciendo, y esto lo ha señalado Arjun antes, cómo la libertad económica y la necesidad de establecer mecanismos que garanticen la capacidad legislativa de los Estados y regulatoria de los Estados sienta también las bases de este multilateralismo. Y luego pues tenemos el famosísimo artículo de Heikenberry sobre el orden liberal internacional, que parte de la existencia de un ecosistema fundado en normas y en instituciones que da lugar a un modelo liberal económico cuya máxima expresión sería la Organización Mundial del Comercio, que desde mi punto de vista también es la principal víctima de la crisis que tenemos actualmente en el marco multilateral. Tenemos que aludir también a las críticas que existen acerca de la arquitectura multilateral. Autores como Strange o Cox dicen que tenemos un orden. A mí no me gusta hablar de orden internacional. Hay un artículo muy interesante en el blog del European Journal of International Law que dice que estamos utilizando el concepto de orden internacional basado en normas para no referirnos ya al derecho internacional, lo cual nos presenta como como una situación donde la normatividad desaparece y tenemos que pensar, ¿no? Si queremos, qué términos queremos utilizar. Bien, efectivamente, el derecho internacional y la arquitectura después de la Segunda Guerra Mundial está basado por profundas asimetrías de poder. Tenemos países poderosos que han controlado esta arquitectura internacional, que han dominado este marco multilateral, pero nunca ha sido una arquitectura universal. Y eso nos lleva a la realidad de cómo ha sido este orden, que ha sido profundamente, me gusta la palabra de atravesado por las asimetrías, porque los intereses de los poderosos han sido los que han marcado el compás. Y cómo desde el año 45 hasta nuestros días los intereses de los países en desarrollo se han podido manifestar en diferentes foros, fundamentalmente en la Asamblea General de Naciones Unidas, y se han manifestado impugnando ese orden establecido, pero es cierto que no han recibido una recepción que se haya traducido en cambios sustanciales en relación a la arquitectura internacional. Tenemos la propuesta del nuevo orden económico internacional, o tenemos la Ronda Tokio, la Organización Mundial de Comercio, pero nunca hemos visto cómo las necesidades de los países que estaban en los márgenes del sistema han tenido un reflejo más allá de cuestiones muy, muy puntuales. Ello no ha impedido que se haya construido un orden multilateral. Tenemos muchas normas, muchas instituciones, pero tenemos un problema. Y yo creo que uno de los grandes problemas, y en relación a este seminario, y también por eso me parece muy oportuno este seminario, es la cuestión de hacer efectiva la responsabilidad internacional. Y a la hora de hacer efectiva la responsabilidad internacional es donde vemos con mayor fuerza esas asimetrías de poder que existen en el orden internacional. A la hora de hablar de la crisis actual del multilateralismo, yo he encontrado tres dimensiones. En primera es la reconfiguración del poder mundial, cómo pasamos de un mundo bipolar, unipolar, a un mundo multipolar, donde las potencias occidentales, y no todas, han conquistado la centralidad de las instituciones y han controlado las instituciones multilaterales. Ello conduce a que las potencias emergentes, en muchos casos, busquen foros alternativos donde estar presentes y donde gestionar sus intereses. Y esto da lugar a la marginación de las organizaciones internacionales clásicas y especialmente de Naciones Unidas. Otra dimensión que me parece que tenemos que destacar es la revitalización de la soberanía y la revitalización de principios que se han visto erosionados fundamentalmente desde el final de la Guerra Fría hasta nuestros días, como es el principio de no intervención. Así, hay autores que hablan del papel oscilante de la soberanía, como la reivindicación del principio de soberanía tiene más fuerza en determinados contextos políticos como el actual. No olvidemos, por ejemplo, la declaración conjunta sobre su visión del derecho internacional de Rusia y China frente a posturas más relativizadoras del concepto de soberanía. Es decir, vivimos en un péndulo de refuerzo-erosión del concepto de soberanía y actualmente estamos viviendo una revitalización. Ello también se puede ver en la postura de los BRICS en relación a la revitalización del principio de no intervención y al orden internacional y al derecho internacional que están reivindicando. Y en tercer lugar, la erosión de la confianza en las instituciones, que la vemos a nivel interno, pero también la vemos a nivel internacional. Así pues, vemos cómo se critica desde diferentes estados el déficit democrático de la gobernanza mundial, cómo muchos estados no participan o se ven excluidos de participar, y aquí la máxima expresión sería, por supuesto, el Consejo de Seguridad, sobre el que volveré más tarde, pero también sobre las instituciones de Bretton Woods, ¿no? Especialmente sobre el Fondo Monetario Internacional. También, en este sentido, vemos la expansión de los nacionalismos y cómo desde determinados estados se puede ver el multilateralismo como una amenaza a la soberanía, y también, por ejemplo, este sería el caso, por ejemplo, de Estados Unidos. Yo creo que la cuestión de la rendición de cuentas es un síntoma y una consecuencia de esta crisis. Johan, en After Hegemony, en este libro que he mencionado al principio de mi intervención, habla de que la legitimidad del marco internacional y del poder internacional va a depender de la capacidad de hacer efectiva la responsabilidad. Pero aquí no podemos dejar de mencionar a Koskiniemi, ¿no? cuando señalaba en su apología que las normas se hacen efectivas en un entorno político y cómo este entorno político va a condicionar cómo se hace efectiva la responsabilidad internacional. Y para ello voy a aludir a 3 ámbitos: al Consejo de Seguridad, a la Corte Internacional de Justicia y a la Corte Penal Internacional. Bien, bueno, pues el Consejo de Seguridad todos lo conocemos, su diseño y la posibilidad de veto de los no permanentes. En relación con el genocidio de Gaza, Estados Unidos ha vetado 6 resoluciones en el Consejo de Seguridad en relación al alto el fuego, lo cual pues, es manifiestamente un problema del sistema. En este contexto de vetos a las resoluciones del Consejo de Seguridad, digo que se ha vetado 6 veces un alto el fuego en el contexto del genocidio de Gaza, pero tenemos más de 50 vetos en relación a la situación de Palestina en la historia del Consejo de Seguridad y la postura de Estados Unidos. Esto, ¿qué consecuencias tiene en relación con la rendición de cuentas? Bueno, pues que se bloquea la vía para supervisar las sentencias de la Corte Internacional de Justicia, por ejemplo, y también se bloquea la posibilidad de remitir asuntos a la Corte Penal Internacional. Y esto supone un grave problema en relación con la remisión de cuentas. Esto conduce, con la rendición de cuentas, perdón. Esto conduce a que se hayan planteado la necesidad de revisar el funcionamiento del Consejo de Seguridad. Yo aquí hablo de una iniciativa que me parece que es interesante, que es la iniciativa planteada por Francia, que es miembro permanente, además México, sobre la restricción del veto en caso de atrocidades masivas y la necesidad de exigir explicaciones ante la rendición de cuentas a la Asamblea General. Y por otro lado, bueno, pues el eterno debate acerca de la expansión de la membresía en el Consejo, es decir, entrando nuevos miembros permanentes como Alemania, Brasil, India y Japón, y no permanentes, teniendo en cuenta las dinámicas del poder que existen actualmente en la esfera internacional. Y finalmente está la opción de la autorrestricción voluntaria. Bien, yo creo que ninguna de estas 3 vías tiene posibilidades de salir exitosa en el actual contexto político internacional, y aquí tenemos pues un primer problema en relación con la rendición de cuentas. La Corte Internacional de Justicia, como sabemos, conoce de la responsabilidad internacional del Estado y aquí Morgenthau habla de cómo en la Corte Internacional de Justicia se va a ver claramente la política del poder y la relación entre Estados poderosos y Estados débiles y la posibilidad de rendir cuentas ante la Corte Internacional de Justicia. Bueno, aquí la clave es los Estados que no quieren someterse a la jurisdicción de la Corte Internacional de Justicia y no reconocen su competencia, lo cual les excluye completamente de la capacidad de que la Corte conozca de sus ilícitos. Y claro, aquí pues, tenemos que hablar también del papel que desarrolla la Corte Internacional de Justicia en relación a los crímenes internacionales y la cuestión de la responsabilidad internacional. Y aquí vemos también pues, una carencia y una inconsistencia del sistema, como tanto en el caso de Gambia contra Myanmar como en el caso de Sudáfrica contra Israel, la Corte Internacional de Justicia ha dictado medidas provisionales. Monse Abad sabe mucho más que yo de esto, y como en ninguno de los casos estas medidas provisionales han sido implementadas ni por Myanmar ni por Israel, y cómo pues, esto es tremendamente frustrante, ¿no? Porque vemos como una situación excepcionalmente grave, el papel de la Corte Internacional de Justicia pues no es relevante, ¿no? Y bien, la Corte Penal Internacional probablemente sea el ámbito más relevante, como ya hemos visto también en la anterior ponencia. Bien, en relación con la Corte Penal Internacional, pues me gustaría hablar un poco del tema de la inmunidad de los jefes de Estado, jefes de gobierno, y la responsabilidad por los core crimes que han podido cometer estos jefes de Estado de Gobierno. Tenemos el asunto emblemático de al-Bashir, ¿no? Que ya la Corte Penal Internacional consideró que cuando no fue detenido en Jordania había violado su obligación en relación al deber de cooperar con la Corte Internacional de Justicia, con la Corte Penal Internacional, pero también ha ocurrido lo mismo en relación con Putin y su viaje a Mongolia, Mongolia. La Corte ha concluido que Mongolia incumplió su obligación de cooperar en el arresto y en el arresto y entrega de Putin a la Corte Penal Internacional y remitió el asunto a la Asamblea de Estados Partes. Y desde mi punto de vista, el caso de Putin y Mongolia es un ejemplo clarísimo de la brecha de ejecución que veremos posteriormente. Y bueno, y el caso de Netanyahu, me gustaría hablar un poco sobre él. Bien, en relación al caso de Netanyahu, me gustaría hablar porque tenemos que hablar de los países de la Unión Europea y este personaje. Bien, sabemos que Netanyahu ha sobrevolado el espacio aéreo de estados europeos que son parte en el Estatuto de la Corte Penal Internacional. Y es cierto que el Estatuto de Roma no hace ninguna mención al espacio aéreo, pero como juristas internacionalistas sabemos que el espacio aéreo es un espacio sometido a la soberanía del Estado. Tenemos el límite de las 12 millas, el límite horizontal del mar territorial, pero es un espacio de soberanía del Estado. Entonces yo creo que en el marco del espacio aéreo los Estados tienen la obligación de cooperar con la Corte Penal Internacional. Hay algunos autores que lo han trabajado y me gustaría mencionarlo y por lo menos plantearlo para que le demos una vuelta. Vasiliev ha señalado, si Francia, Italia y Grecia no quisieran ponerse en una situación en la que tuvieran que detener a Netanyahu, potencialmente a costa de la seguridad aérea, podrían evitarlo denegando la autorización del uso del espacio aéreo e impidiendo el sobrevuelo. Yo creo que, en mi opinión, cualquier otra interpretación no es una interpretación de buena fe y no hace justicia a las obligaciones de cooperación que tienen las partes con la Corte Penal Internacional. En ese sentido, este autor ha examinado y hace una interpretación del Convenio de Tokio del 63 sobre los delitos a bordo de aeronaves y señala que sería un marco de aplicación al asunto de Netanyahu. Así dice este autor, según el Convenio de Tokio del 63, un Estado normalmente no debería interferir en una aeronave en vuelo para ejercer su jurisdicción penal, pero existen excepciones a esta disposición bajo el mismo tratado, incluso cuando el ejercicio de la jurisdicción es necesario para asegurar la observancia de cualquier obligación de dicho Estado en virtud de un acuerdo internacional multilateral. Por tanto, el Estatuto de Roma sería uno de estos acuerdos que permitiría al Estado exigir que una aeronave que sobrevuele su territorio aterrice para arrestar a una persona a bordo. En este sentido, también tenemos que destacar que la Asociación de Juristas por el Respeto del Derecho Internacional, en una carta a Macron, le señalaron que Francia cometió una grave violación de sus compromisos internacionales al autorizar el sobrevuelo de la nave en la que volaba Netanyahu por el espacio aéreo francés, y se refiere al Convenio de la Aviación Civil Internacional, que señala que Francia tiene la obligación de detener a cualquier persona sujeta a una orden de detención que se encuentre en su territorio, incluso por vía aérea. Tras esta cuestión, en el vuelo entre Washington y Budapest, tras haber participado en la Asamblea General de Naciones Unidas, Netanyahu no sobrevoló el espacio aéreo de varios estados, es decir, no se atrevió a sobrevolar el espacio aéreo de Irlanda, ni de Islandia, ni de Países Bajos, por miedo a que no le permitieran sobrevolarlo o a que le obligaran a realizar un aterrizaje de emergencia para hacer efectiva la orden de la Corte Penal Internacional. Para mí el problema, por tanto, no es que no haya derecho, es que los Estados no están cooperando con la Corte Penal Internacional. Y el caso de Hungría, bueno, pues es también bastante grave. En mi opinión, sabemos que Netanyahu ha viajado a Hungría, se ha reunido con Orbán y Hungría, bueno, pues está obligada, por supuesto, a cooperar con la Corte Penal Internacional en la investigación y el enjuiciamiento de los crímenes de la Corte, y el incumplimiento de Hungría constituye un enorme desafío para la cooperación con la Corte Penal Internacional. De hecho, Hungría decía que su derecho interno no le permitía por reconocer la inmunidad a un jefe de gobierno en este caso, pero bueno, como sabemos, el artículo 27 del Convenio de Viena del 69 no permite aludir a normas internas para eludir obligaciones internacionales. En este sentido, yo creo que esta es a la ruptura de la cadena de eficacia, ¿no? Tenemos la norma, tenemos la jurisdicción, se activa un proceso, pero ¿cómo se ejecuta? No se ejecuta porque no existe voluntad política, y para ello pues tenemos medios alternativos, por ejemplo la jurisdicción universal, los medios de preservación de pruebas y finalmente me referiré muy brevemente al crimen de agresión. En relación con la jurisdicción universal, pues tenemos el papel que ha desarrollado, por ejemplo, Alemania en el enjuiciamiento de criminales sirios. Tenemos el caso Anwar Raslan, ¿no? o el caso del Tribunal Superior de Frankfurt, que ha condenado a la AM a un médico sirio por crímenes de lesa humanidad, por crímenes cometidos en Siria entre 2011 y 2012. Y el caso Anwar Aslam es muy importante porque condena a esta persona por crímenes de lesa humanidad con carácter extraterritorial, aunque esta persona sí es cierto que se encontraba en Alemania. Mecanismos más novedosos son los mecanismos de preservación de pruebas y el crimen de agresión. En relación con los mecanismos de preservación de pruebas, tenemos el caso de Siria y el caso de Myanmar. En relación con Siria, sabemos que la Asamblea General creó un mecanismo para collect, consolidate and preserve cualquier evidencia y también preparar expedientes que puedan usarse ante tribunales que acaben teniendo jurisdicción sobre los crímenes de guerra y crímenes contra la humanidad cometidos en el contexto del conflicto de Siria. Y en Myanmar, el Consejo de Derechos Humanos establece un mecanismo con el mandato de recoger, preservar evidencias y preparar archivos para futuras persecuciones, utilizando también información previa a la admisión de determinados hechos. Y finalmente, sobre el crimen de agresión, pues este crimen yo creo que es ilustrativo, ¿no?, de la crisis multilateral que estamos viviendo. Y tenemos el Centro Internacional para el Enjuiciamiento del Crimen de Agresión contra Ucrania, que se ha creado por la Comisión Europea, que opera en La Haya con la colaboración de Eurojust, y que sirve pues para recuperar pruebas, preparar casos para futuros juicios de agresión, funcionando como un paso preparatorio para un posible tribunal penal que juzgue el crimen de agresión. Yo, no obstante, soy muy crítica con ese tribunal especial que está promoviendo el Consejo de Europa, porque no podemos seguir creando estos tribunales especiales ad hoc cuando ya tenemos una estructura institucional preexistente. Y nada más, muchas gracias. Thank you very much, Line.
Yeah, muchas gracias. Thank you so much. Before we proceed to our final speaker of this panel, I just have a small announcement regarding the translation. So we expect that there'll be translation services before the beginning of the next panel. So in the break, we'll have a coffee break after this panel, and then they will set up everything. So it should be with us from the next session onwards. So
well, I hope that everybody understood me. I don't know.
Yes.
I'm sorry, but
no, we hope you will be back after your PhD.
I don't know because I have a lunch and then
right.
well.
Okay, but maybe tomorrow.
Maybe
tonight.
I'll try to.
Yeah. So we will continue discussions definitely. Now our last speaker is Dr. Zeynep Adic, who is a lecturer in law at Istanbul Medeniyet University, and she will go further into the relationship and questions of democracy and justice. So very welcome, Zeynep.
Should I just?
Yes. Yeah.
Hello, everyone. First of all, I don't have a presentation because I'm not really good at doing it, so it was not gonna be fancy like the previous one. So that's why I'll just speak. Hopefully, you can catch up. And I'm gonna start with thanking the organizers because it's a pleasure being here, and I'm learning a lot. So thank you, Line and Thomas and everyone. So today I will talk about the nexus between transitional justice and democracy, and I'll try to answer the question. I mean, it's not an easy question, but can transitional justice exist without democracy? By the way, thanks Arjun because he kind of set the ground for my discussion as well. I mean, after his presentation, I'm sure it's gonna make more sense because as we all know, and he mentioned, like there is global democratic backsliding. If you look at indexes such as Freedom House, VDEM, or IDEA, they all show us that there is a global democratic erosion. And not only in democracy, but if you look at, human rights, freedoms, like press freedoms, etc., and liberal peace building, they are also in decline because these are all connected. And why this is important for transitional justice or the whole discussion about global justice, because transitional justice has often been part of liberal peace building processes around the world. I'm sure you are all familiar with transitional justice, but as a basic definition, it's a response to past human rights violations during transitions from conflict to peace or from authoritarian regimes to democracy. Because during conflicts or during under authoritarian regimes, there are widespread and systematic human rights abuses. And according to transitional justice, I mean, these both processes, they should include some form of democratization. But if we look at the current global order, can we talk about transitional justice anymore if there is no democratic peace building? If we look at liberal peace building a little bit, I mean, it was quite popular in 1990s or in the early 2000s, and as the global climate change after 2010, its application is declined, because in the past, as I said, when it was quite popular, it was implemented in different countries in different contexts, especially in post-conflict contexts. And there are also lots of criticism. Of course, its decline is due to global change. I mean, these power structures. But there was also, criticisms towards liberal peace building theory, because first of all, its success has been questioned, because it was questioned whether it really delivers, its promises, or it has, liberal peace building theory. It was criticized for being insensitive to local conditions, because we know that, sometimes transitional justice is also criticized in the same way. Like you go to different contexts, and without taking into account local realities, you apply the same principles or same mechanisms in different countries, and it is question that whether it really works. Also, like liberal peace building, it was considered being narrowly framed, and also one of the most important criticism is, it's a Western imposition on non-Western countries. So there are of course more criticisms, and there are some truth in these criticisms, because as we said, like it has really important promises, but we don't see the results that much, because if you look at those countries where liberal peace building approaches or theory implemented, some of them, some exceptions, they transitioned to democracy, they kind of achieved democratization, but in many countries, either they fall back into conflict, or sometimes they ended up being authoritarian regimes. And due to these criticisms, there were other, suggestions as alternatives to liberal peace building, and they include, there are many theories and approaches, such as local peace building, post-liberal peace building, hybrid peace building, like feminist peace building. There are others as well. But unfortunately, the most popular one as an alternative has been illiberal peace building. Sometimes it is framed as authoritarian conflict management. So illiberal peace building kind of, replaced a liberal one. And this is also, there are different reasons for this, but probably the main reason is increasing influence of authoritarian powers, because, as Arjun showed, like they are, these non-Western powers, they are illiberal, and they become donors or, creditors for other regimes, because if you look at liberal peace building, most of the time it was United Nations, United States, or European countries, they were supporting it, they were financing it, they were backing these liberal processes. But once these authoritarian powers kind of, take the scene, they started backing these illiberal regimes in their, peace building missions. Of course, it is difficult to consider them peace, but we will see. If we compare liberal peace building, it is, as I said, like a set of mechanisms and set of principles. They often include peace negotiations, new constitutions, which is also critical for power sharing after the conflict. In some cases, there were peacekeeping forces, like UN forces, or military intervention, promotion of market economy, elections, and there were broader aims, such as enhancing human rights, gender equality, protection of minorities, promotion of rule of law, security sector reform. As you can see, they are all related to democracy and democratization. But when we look at illiberal model, it is entirely different, because these kind of approaches, they refer to ruling elites. It's an elite approach. I mean, kind of elite deal. They aim to end the conflict through coercive means that bypass liberal principles such as human rights, civil liberties, rule of law, economic inclusion, power sharing. So they don't have an intention to achieve these aims. And these approaches, as I said, illiberal ones, local elites dominate political and economic reconstruction in post-conflict societies, and rather than embracing, accountability, transparency, or proportionality, they prioritize control, order, and elite interests. And this brings us to their main goal. It is achieving negative peace. Probably you are familiar with Galtung's concept of negative and positive peace, but just to remind you, when we say negative peace, we only refer to absence of conflict, absence of violence, so it's quite narrow. But when we say positive peace, it's a broader term, much broader term, because its objectives include, eliminating root causes of conflict, eliminating structural violence, achieving social justice, democratizing country, enhancing rule of law, human rights, etc. And as you can see, it's quite broad and quite, strongly connected to democracy. But these illiberal approaches, they only want to contain the conflict rather than solving it, and they just want to achieve maintaining negative peace. And they disregard calls to address underlying causes of conflict, because their perspective to conflict is entirely different from liberal one. Because for them, there are no root causes of conflicts, there are no underlying causes of conflict, because they consider conflict as a result of greed of political opponents or sometimes state weakness. So for liberals, persecution of, for instance, minorities, marginalization, unequal power relations, they could, cause to conflict or oppression. But for illiberal model, they don't really see conflict in the same way. And since they don't, consider there are root causes, they say, they don't presume that conflicts can be resolved actually. For them, if you oppress the opponents, if you oppress the society enough, then you are not going to have any violence or conflicts. And their goal is reducing opportunities for rebel mobilization. So, as I said, oppression is enough for them to, deal with conflict. And unlike positive peace, negative peace doesn't entail democratization, addressing past violations, or enhancing rule of law and human rights. And they seek to contain conflict through hegemonic control of public discourse, space, and economic resources, rather than the liberal model of compromise, negotiation, and power sharing. And as the name suggests, authoritarian conflict management or illiberal peace building, they adopt morally unacceptable practices to contain the conflict. It could be, violence against civilians or widespread abuses. And unfortunately, if we look at the global power structures right now, it seems that these illiberal models, they are gonna gain ground in the near future, and they pose a risk of silencing victims, protecting perpetrators, manipulating narratives, and leaving constitutions unreformed, and reducing peace to mere suppression of conflict. So in this, I know it's a gloomy picture that we said, but we really need to reconsider the future of transitional justice, because it seems that these illiberal approaches are gonna continue rising. And if there is no aim for positive peace, then these illiberal processes, they are not gonna incorporate transitional justice, because they see conflict in a different way. And even if these illiberal, regimes, they adopt transitional justice mechanisms, they are going to be limited in scope. They are going to raise questions about genuine commitment to accountability. And even if they try to, embrace them, they are not going to be successful under such conditions, because we all know that for transitional justice, for facing the past, there must be political will. But if you look at, some mechanisms one by one, for instance, for trials to be successful in post-conflict context, there must be rule of law, there must be separation of powers to ensure accountability. But under illiberal regimes, even if they, conduct trials, it's gonna turn into victor's justice, just to, punish opponents. Or if you look at truth commissions, which are key in transitional justice, I mean, you need to reveal the truth, you need to question the, official narratives, history, etc. But you need freedom of expression for that. You need safe and healthy platforms for instance, victims to speak out. But under illiberal conditions, under illiberal regimes, like, who is gonna talk and how are they gonna talk? Or for reparations, I mean, there must be acknowledgement of responsibility. There must be a will to redress the past. But as we have said, like, I mean, they consider conflict from a different perspective. So there is probably not gonna be any commitment for responsibility. And institutional reforms, these are quite important in the long term to achieve positive peace. But if, again, like we are talking about illiberal regimes, they are not gonna democratize these state institutions because they are actually using them as tools of oppression. So they are not. I mean, they will be unlikely to be willing to apply security sector reforms or vetting to eliminate abusers from public sector. Even if they, for instance, adopt vetting procedures, it's gonna be witch hunt to eliminate opponents rather than achieving. Enhancing human rights. And amnesties, they are already quite debated, and it is really difficult for society to acknowledge them or accept them. They could be, they could contribute if they are individualized, if they are conditional and accompanied by other transitional justice mechanisms. But as we said, like, there must be public support and public discussions for it. But under illiberal regimes, it's not gonna. It seems that it's not gonna work. And proponents of these illiberal approaches, they argue that democracy is not a necessity for peace. So you can separate the two. But without democracy, there will always be a chance of repetition of violence and conflict. Because if conflict occurs in a society, the likelihood of happening it again is quite high. So, I mean, in order to sustain peace, even if it's just negative peace, you need some form of democracy. Because, I mean, let alone achieving a positive peace, even negative peace requires some efforts, and to sustain it, you need to achieve reconciliation, you need to rebuild trust in society and in public institutions, etc. But if you look at illiberal approach, they structurally undermine transitional justice. They are likely to fuel long-term instability, normalize human rights violations, institutionalize impunity. So what can we do, like, in such a context where democracy is under threat? How are we going to talk about the future of transitional justice? It's not an easy answer, it's not an easy task, but I think it's important to discuss such events like this. I mean, we need to discuss what can we do, maybe as academics or practitioners. I think we can start by emphasizing the importance of the link between democracy and transitional justice and peace, because without them we cannot really achieve long-term and sustainable peace. And we need to search for alternatives to illiberal peace-building approaches, and a possible solution could be, there are flaws and shortcomings of liberal model, but we can maybe reform them, or we can complement and we can adopt a holistic approach to combine these alternative and liberal peace-building models. By the way, I'm gonna stop here, but when we do Q&A session, I can maybe talk about a little bit from Turkey, because we are currently going through a process. We cannot even name it because it's an illiberal process. They can't even call it a peace process. So maybe I can give some examples from Turkey if you are interested. But thanks for listening and for your patience. Thanks.
Yes, thank you so much. And Zeynep, I'm sorry, I actually gave you too little time. I misread my watch. So you have a few minutes?
Yeah, no worries.
No.
I mean, as I said, like, I can talk about
Okay,
that.
all right. Let's hope we have a question. Okay, so we have 25 minutes until we break for coffee and tea. And with us, actually, we also have people and guests online. I don't know who is with us, but I have heard from a couple of people who are joining us via the streaming link. So you are most welcome. So now we have Q&A, and I would like to invite all of you in the room to present questions to our speakers. Only 3 of them are with us now, but also invite our online participants to pose questions in the chat if you're interested, and then we will have Josephine reading aloud a couple of them if they are there. But let's open the floor, and if there's no questions, I have a few questions that I can throw in the basket as well. Okay, so who is first? Let's not take Thomas, because he is one of the organizers. Let's take one of the guests out here with the hat. You'll speak later. Yeah. Sorry, there was a question here at the end of the. Yeah. Thank you. And why don't we take 3 questions before giving the floor to the speakers, if that's okay? Yeah.
I see. Okay. Well. Well, for Professor Chowdhury, when we talk about the end, or at least the decline of the liberal international order, I wonder if, as it often happens in history, the hegemons, the powerful, the center of the orders, will refuse to leave the stage quietly. By this, I would like to point to the revival of militarism and aggressive foreign policy in the West that often goes hand in hand with the political ascendancy of the far right. We see in the case of the United States, the former current debatable global hegemon, the recent end of US aid, for example, which is both an ideological thing of like a protectionist group of American politicians, but also we could see it as a kind of capitulation or changing course in its foreign policy. Do you think that it is valid to consider the rise of reactionary populism as a type of rigor mortis of the decline of the political international relevance of some states? And if I'm allowed to make another question to a different panelist, for Professor Zeynep, I would argue that the commonly accepted definition of democracy could be flawed. By this, I don't mean to oppose democracy, but to be critical of its conceptualization. We understand broadly that a state transitions to democracy when it adopts liberal institutions in its political and legal frameworks. Here I would like to refer to the cases of Spain and Mexico, countries which saw a de jure transition to democracy, although they remain in a de facto state of negative peace due to elite interests that have not been, as in like the elites have not been changed, or if they have, they remain in a position of power in which they can block the development of transitional justice. I would like to hear your opinion on whether liberal democracies are characterized by positive justice, or if illiberal practices have existed regardless of democratic and political legal frameworks.
Okay, thank you so much. Let's take another. Yes, definitely. Thomas, you had a question? Oh.
I'm not Thomas.
That's fine. No, that's fine. Please go ahead, Nina. Yes.
I also have a question, but let's articulate. So perhaps let's start with, I'm not an international relations scholar, but more on the international law side. So perhaps there's a thing about those theory that I don't get. So please have in mind. But I kind of had the feeling from the presentation that the issue was a bit put into non-Western versus Western states, and that the crisis was a bit framed within this dynamic. And when I think about the crisis, it's a very topical topic in international law right now. It involves other actors, and there is also a historical perspective of this that go way beyond the League of Nations. And so there is new, I think because at the UI this is very much on the blog and the thing. So I was a bit, wondering about this crisis being framed, and maybe I didn't understand it correctly, between these Western and non-Western states. Then with also the difficulty that can you really solve this crisis using the same tools? I mean, it may be different states, but it's going to be the same states dynamic, and it's going to be the same legal tools. Then is that addressing the crisis, or we just change who is holding power for not kind of the power dynamic and the crisis as such? That would be my question. And I guess connect to that, maybe to you. I wonder, so you speak a lot about American exceptionalism and then about the German one. And I wonder if in the current context it's also not showing that the ICC, the crisis of the ICC, is not only about the US, Russia, Israel. And so I think there is, I don't know to what extent we can say today that is really the US standard shaping the ICC. And in my work in Colombia, we also see that there is a deeper, that judge and all the states have been also, I'm going to say that, internalize those standards. So yeah, if you could reflect a bit on those new dynamics. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We have possibility of a third question, if anyone. Thomas, yes? Yes, finally, we'll hear your question.
Is it on? Yeah, okay, good. Thanks to all presenters. What a wonderful panel. Thanks to all the presenters. What a wonderful panel. I really enjoyed it. Some really fascinating presentations and arguments. I would personally be curious to hear more about what, Malcolm, you referred to as the democratic exception, and I think you talked to some similar issues, Arun. And I'm kind of wondering, hasn't it always been sort of the defining feature in a way of what proponents of Western-led global order have called liberal international order, and perhaps more recently, more frequently, rules-based international order? That exceptionalism of Western exceptionalism is a very core foundation of that order, and then, as you point out, it's being expressed through an idea about democracies. So I would be really curious to take that one step further and to reflect what then happens if much of the Western world, or at least a good chunk of it, is actually in democratic decline. So how will the West continue to speak about the democratic exception going forward, or as it becomes more obvious that we see these non-democratic trends within the West, would that lead to some kind of new articulation of exceptionalism, or a new justification for why the West should be exempt from the norms of global justice and perhaps international law more broadly? And then a follow-up on that, I think several of you also talk about an idea that global justice might likely be in decline now due to the changes that we see in global order, and I'm wondering, could that argument possibly be turned around to say that in recent decades, because of this exceptionalism that you folks are talking about, global justice has been so biased that it has actually lost much of its legitimacy? So might there be a possible opening by seeing other actors coming in and promote these accountability norms? So obviously,
thank you.
The case brought by South Africa would be an interesting example. So thanks very much.
Yes, thank you so much. So we actually have 5 minutes for each of you, or if you speak less, then we can have another few questions. That's up to you. Arjun, would you like to start?
Sure.
Yeah.
I won't need 5 minutes. Let me start with your question about the hegemon refusing to leave the stage quietly, right? Yeah, I mean, I think you're exactly right that there is far-right populism, which is internally the U.S. is doing its best to undermine the liberal international order. Right? But I think that we have to see this a little bit different from what I've shown you in kind of these power shifts, because this is really an issue of U.S. domestic, Western domestic politics. It's not a function of its declining power position. So that's a distinction. What I was talking about is a function of, look, you have a shift in the balance of power, and that's leading to this restructuring of the rules. You're exactly right that the U.S. is doing its best to undermine the liberal international order, but that's because of its domestic beefs, not because its power is declining. There's no necessary reason, there's no necessary link between its declining power and what it's doing. That's the first thing. Let me respond to the second question. I mean, I don't think non-Western states are doing the same thing just with different actors. I mean, I think that what you're seeing, and here I want to echo Zainab's point, is that what's happening is that they are favoring different types of behaviors. The tools are different. The tools of influence are quite different in terms of developmentalism. If you look at Belt and Road and stuff like that, these are quite different tools from what the West has been using. And this also links to my response to Thomas's question. I think that if you look at democracy, in the 90s and 2000s, there was both benefits that accrue to democracy. Most obviously, you join NATO, you join the EU, but even in places that were democratizing, there are benefits for engaging in actions that are democratizing. Think of election monitoring. Those benefits are down across the system. They're down in Western states, and as Zainab said, rising non-Western powers have never supported these in the first place. So the way to think about it is that the sum of benefits going to poorer states is actually rising, or at least it's staying constant. But the proportion of those benefits that are favoring democratizing or democratic actions is down. I think that's the easiest way of thinking about it. And that links to the second question. These tools are quite different. Okay, I'll stop now. I hope that wasn't 5 minutes.
No,
Okay.
no, not at all.
Okay, good.
So maybe we have more time. Yes, Malcolm?
Okay, great. So first of all, on the question of US influence over the ICC, just to be clear, what I'm talking about is my own research and the book that I wrote on this traced the historical development of the Rome Statute. So going through the negotiations, I interviewed and spoke to key American legal policymakers who are involved in the Rome negotiations, and it was clear that many of the elements of the Rome Statute were shaped by ideas of American exceptionalism. So a lot of states preferred an idea of a supremacy of the court. The complementarity regime came about partly through the pressure of the United States' delegation that there should be some way that the United States could get out of having the Supreme Court sitting over states. And the same with the crime of aggression. You would understand maybe the different jurisdictional regime for aggression versus the others was because of American pressure. And this was all then at the stage when America wasn't even a member of the ICC. So the final Rome Statute incorporates some of those ideas. So that's what I meant by that. But it's certainly not all about the United States now. I mean, that was a key difference between, say, the Obama administration and Democratic administrations, who really closely engaged in the process from the outside, while the Trump administration is no longer even involved in that process, interested in shaping the statute necessarily. Although I note that there was a report from Reuters last week that apparently they're pressuring they're putting pressure to change this Rome Statute itself, which is implausible, really, as a matter of practice. But there is this pressure coming from the United States in that respect to confirm it wouldn't prosecute Trump. On the question of what happens if Western states are in democratic decline in the context of the way that democracy and liberal conceptions of human rights have been presumed to be part of the so-called liberal international order or rules-based order, and that this is how we should interpret international law. Well, my answers to that, first of all, I turn back to the concept I discussed of we might see more geo-legal reordering. And so you would see spheres of influence in which democracy or human rights would shape the interpretation of law, such as, for instance, in the European Union. But then there'd be other areas of the globe where we wouldn't see this. So there'd be these differential and complex geographies of how international law is interpreted and operates. But then more broadly, some of the work I'm doing at the moment, so a piece I've got forthcoming, talks about the role of civilizationism. And so I see that by some states as a replacement for the role, ideological purpose of liberalism. So liberalism is supposed to set up this universal standard where it's not culturally particularistic according to its those who claim liberal bases for international law. And the response has been led by China and Russia and other states that actually their own civilizations has a universal truth to it. And that the civilizations then become this ontological basis for drawing out particular conceptions of law. So that would consolidate these geolegal orders, however. And so you can see that it's this non-universal universal of civilizationism. But it's just one example of the kind of ideas which we might see replacing democracy as the basis for international law. And then on the last question about the Global Justice Project, and whether or not the US decline in US hegemony might create space for other alternatives. I think there are certainly discussions and discourses about that, so an increasing discussion, perhaps the main response to the idea of the rules-based international order is discussions of multipolar international order. That there's going to be a multipolar international order where more states are included in that. But the concept is actually more indeterminate than the rules-based order. So it's generally an accusation that the rules-based order concept is indeterminate. I think multipolar international order is even more indeterminate because large and small states mean quite different things. So a number of smaller and medium-sized states think of multipolar international order as a more inclusive global order that has more voices. Whereas larger states such as China, Russia, and now the United States are sometimes talking about multipolarity, really mean balance. There'll be these centers of power where great powers have privileges, and that there are these balance between these different orders. So it could again fit within this idea of geopolitical orders. And just a reminder that all of these concepts, multipolar international order, civilizationism, international law itself, can be put in the service of both hegemonic and counter-hegemonic projects. So there's nothing inherently in one camp or the other when it comes to these concepts, but rather we have to understand how they're being used in terms of creating hierarchies of power in the international system.
Thank you so much.
So I think if I got the question correctly, thank you. You asked that we should question like the success. I mean the justice that liberal democracy delivered, right? Because it can also be questioned because I mean if you look at international law, even national law, I mean if we embrace a critical legal, if you look at critical legal theory, I mean even like liberal or democratic models, how much justice do they achieve? It is often distant from victims. I mean it is often selective. I mean there are lots of criticisms, and they are right to, we should criticize them, but I often look at the alternatives. If the alternative is illiberal approach, it is only elite deals, it only benefits a small group of people, then there is no justice at all. So I think, it is choosing between the two. Of course, if we find a better way to achieve justice, it is more important. To be honest, I didn't really specifically study Spain and Mexico, but if you look at, for instance, other countries, Peru, East Timor, which I looked at for my PhD thesis, yes, there are lots of shortcomings. I cannot say justice is achieved, but still, some victims got reparations. The official histories and narratives were challenged. So it's not perfect, but still, some level of justice was achieved. But if you look at illiberal models, as I said, like Turkey is going through, we don't. It's been more than I think it's almost like 14 months that started. Even the elites, they didn't even agree on the definition of the model, because one part says it's a democracy and peace process. The government says it's a terror-free Turkey. They don't even mention about peace, and let alone like about definition, the content. They can't agree on the content. We don't really know. It's zero transparency. We don't know their like deal. What are they talking about? What are the negotiations about? And the thing is like victims are not even being discussed. No one mentions about victims. No one mentions about transitional justice. And on the one hand, the government is trying to achieve negative peace, but at the same time, the oppression on civil society, on opponents, opposition, it is going way too fast to authorize the. It is kind of consolidating the authoritarian regime. So these are, really, how can these are really complex and difficult processes. But I think, with all the criticisms, I think liberal model can be reformed. And I'm not a huge fan of like liberal model because, like, for instance, imposing market economy to new post-conflict states, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't work. As I said, there are lots of criticisms that I agree. But if you look at the alternative illiberal model, like, you can't even really, in my opinion, you can't even really compare the two. And by the way, Arjun was again mentioning about authoritarian powers and the way they approach to other countries, for instance, in their peace conflict management missions. The approach they embrace is like developmentalism, and as he mentioned, because they just wanna establish these trade relationships, like huge construction processes. They don't really care what happens. So even if, let's say, negative peace is achieved, who is gonna benefit? Let's say the aid goes to those post-conflict societies and it goes from authoritarian powers. It's gonna only benefit a small group of elites rather than the society, rather than the victims. That's why, these are tough times, I think. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. So our conference has clearly started. What a fantastic panel we had here. We have so many concepts and ideas and debates to take with us into the rest of the day and into tomorrow, and this is very exciting. Let us continue talking over coffee and tea about some of these difficult questions and dilemmas and changes that we see. Thank you so much. Let's give a hand to the panel. Yes, thank you.
Okay, great. So welcome to this second panel of our workshop. This panel is focused on frameworks to think about justice for atrocity, and of course frameworks can mean different things, so we look forward to finding out what that involves. I know there will be a presentation about the transitional justice framework. Our first speaker, Dr. Line Engbo Gissel. We don't need to introduce Line again, she's already introduced, so we'll leave it at that. And then we have our second speaker, Professor Montserrat Abad, who is full professor of public international law here at Carlos III, and she will talk about rethinking justice in a settler colonial context, focusing on corporate responsibility and due diligence frameworks facing in the case of Palestine. After that, Kath Collins, who is professor in transitional justice at Ulster University, will do a presentation with the title Reasserting the Primacy of the Local, the Decline and Fall of International Venue, the ICJ. And finally, but certainly not least, we have Nina Bria Silva, who is a researcher with the European University Institute, who will talk to indigenous ontologies in dialogue with transitional justice, challenging power and unlocking future possibilities. So I won't hold you up anymore with boring introductory comments. I think let's get on with the presentations, which is what it's all about. So floor is yours, Line.
Yes. Thank you very much. Now, excuse me. Now the simultaneous translation should work. Is it okay down in the booth? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for reminding me.
Thank you so much. Okay, so in this presentation, I will first just try and situate the presentation a bit within the larger project that has been the preoccupation of the project team for the past 4 years. Let me see if this... Oh. Standard of civilization. Okay. Yeah. So the talk is based on a forthcoming article where I analyzed 30 manuals and toolkits for transitional justice, as well as some interviews with the people that I call the standardizers of transitional justice. But the presentation, and maybe this conference as well, takes place within a research context formed around a puzzle. So on the one hand, we have injustices and harm, which are sought to be addressed through transitional justice in very different contexts. So conflicts differ, power relations differ, political histories, political cultures vary and differ vastly. At the same time, however, empirically there appears to have been a convergence around a global conceptualization and model of transitional justice. So this project sits within this paradox that on the one hand we have all this diversity and pluralism, and on the other hand we see a policy response, at least at the level of policy design, that sort of has this convergence around a singular generic model. To understand this phenomenon, and it's a phenomenon that I call informal standardization, but I'm aware that people find it a bit upsetting because they don't feel that they are standardizing, but it's an analytical term, not a normative evaluation of their work. The project team has analyzed both the international level of developing an international standard, as well as the local level in Uganda, in Colombia, and in Syria. Oh, sorry. Yeah, sorry. So no, not at all. And we have a project website if you want to see more about the project and our publications, which I just wanted to highlight here. And I wanted to highlight the publications that are here on each of these three case countries, as well as on the global level. And Thomas is the one who's been working on the Uganda case, although I think for this conference he is developing another argument about transitional justice as a field. So to look at standardization, for me, is to make it a political phenomenon. Sorry, that was just a slide about the project team. And since this is a 4-year project that is running out, unfortunately, at least at the expense side, not necessarily at the writing side, we have Thomas and me left in the project, and then Line Jacobsen, Vladimir Santana Fernandez are moving on to other projects now, and today we also have Josephine in the background, who is helping us with the conference, who is just finished her MA thesis on and focused on standardization of TJ in Ethiopia. So, back to the political phenomenon. So to look at this phenomenon as standardization is to make it a political phenomenon. And that's because there's a lot of politics in the negotiation of the standard at the global level or at the regional level, but also a lot of politics in applying, translating, modifying, rejecting, etc., this generic model. But also, to look at it politically is also to recognize that a standard is never neutral. If you have a standard, whether an informal standard or an informal standard, it directs attention to one solution and away from alternative solutions. And that's why it's interesting to look at transitional justice as a solution or a package of solutions to perceived problems, which at the same time, of course, also exclude other solutions or other conceptualizations of what justice can be, at least potentially. So, sorry, having trouble here with this. And also standardization is useful, I think, to break down into two interlinked processes. On the one hand, generification, which is a bit of a complicated long word for basically creating generic models, and models that can make practices transferable to new unlimited contexts. On the one hand, we have this generification, and then on the other hand, we have localization, which is to establish the means to facilitate this replication of practices in different contexts. So it basically means to apply the model locally through diffusion, crafting, translation, and there's sort of a lot of terms invented for localization, as some of you may be aware. Now, so that's the project context. And for the presentation for today, I want to look particularly at the concept of anti-impunity embedded in transitional justice, and the way in which we can see it as a core concept that has become a sore concept. So I will argue that external events, which are some of these changes that we are talking about and discussing for these 2 wonderful days, that maybe they are nothing new, but there's maybe a level of awareness about changes that is new. And in any event, there are these external events which may be introducing what I call, or what Terence Ball, calls the extramural contestation of the core concept of anti-impunity. But I will dwell on that further. So there were these 30 toolkits and guidelines which I've analyzed interpretively, and that analysis gave me a very deep understanding of what the TJ model and the TJ script is, and also interviews with NGOs that are developing these frameworks have also provided insights. So the TJ model is this generic model that is derived from, and some say inspired by, the Joynet and Oren-Licker principles to combat impunity. So the Oren-Licker principles that were adopted by states in 2005 established, and here maybe you lawyers will tell me if it's a soft or a hard right to know, including the right to truth, to criminal justice, to reparations, and to guarantees of non-recurrence. These were quote-unquote guidelines to assist states in developing effective measures for combating impunity. The guidelines were premised on the awareness that there can be no just and lasting reconciliation until the need for justice is effectively satisfied. And that's a quote from the Oren-Licker Principles preamble. In these TJ manuals, which were written by many, there were many UN manuals, but also manuals developed by the EU and Africa, as well as NGOs. This idea or belief in justice as a precondition for peace and reconciliation is widespread and very pervasive. The Oren-Licker Principle from 2005, they updated the earlier Joynet principles that were inspired by the 1993 World Conference on Human Rights in Vienna. Again, the Joynet principles, they developed for anti-impunity, the victim's right to know, the victim's right to justice, to reparations, and then he also, Louis Joynet, also developed a series of measures aimed at guaranteeing the non-recurrence of violations. So in this slide, you can see basically the different elements of TJ that the manuals present as being elements of TJ. So 100% of the manuals developed by intergovernmental organizations and 100% of the manuals developed by NGOs or universities, they present prosecution, truth, reparations as a core element of transitional justice. 88% of them also present reform or guarantees of non-recurrence as an essential TJ element. So you can see that the four rights from the Joynet and Oren-Licker principles have basically been incorporated and imported into the TJ model. If we look at something like a vetting being an element of TJ, only 50% of the IGO manuals mention it as a core element. So what is interesting is that anti-impunity has become, or was from the beginning, in the DNA of TJ, I would argue, because the concept of transitional justice did not take the sets of rights that you see here, the core sets, and turned them into four mechanisms or four pillars, without also taking the underlying aim or goal, which was impunity, into the model. And that explains why the concept of accountability has always been at the center of transitional justice, and why impunity is the other, quote unquote, the illegitimate other of transitional justice. We see in the manuals that most of them recommend to not have amnesty because it furthers impunity. So as a core concept, so the TJ standard has this first tier of these four elements, and then a second tier of more optional elements. So anti-impunity as the core concept, what does it mean? So Terence Ball in 1999 developed this notion of core concepts, and we can apply his work on ideas to the set of ideas or the ideology of transitional justice. So core concepts to him constitute ideology, and they constitute political discourse. The history of an ideology, on the other hand, is the history of these arguments and debates, which are informed by constitutive concepts and ideas. It is damning for an ideology if it's being criticized for being incoherent, because it always strives for being internally consistent, although an ideology doesn't necessarily manage that all the time. But sometimes core concepts can become sore concepts, according to Terence Ball. And that's when the meaning of a core concept is contested and becomes unstable. So contestation can happen from within the ideology. So that would be within the field of transitional justice. This is an intramural contestation where adherents of the ideology are beginning to reevaluate the core concepts that constitute the ideology. But maybe also of relevance today is that contestation can also happen from outside the ideology, from adjacent fields, or driven by events in the external environment, and that would be the extramural contestation. So to reflect on anti-impunity as a core concept and how it has inspired the 4 concepts that we just saw, the 4 concepts that are here, let's imagine a different core concept for transitional justice. Imagine if transitional justice was about dealing with the past more literally. Let's imagine that it wasn't centered in anti-impunity, but instead centered in coexistence. If coexistence was the core goal of TJ, I'm not saying that it is not, many people say it still is, but would the mechanisms and pillars look different? It's of course difficult to know, but there might have been a central pillar, on education, curriculum development. And there might have also been another central pillar on public debate or news and media. So if transitional justice, I'm just asking the question, was not ideationally anchored in the duty of states to provide accountability, but instead aimed to create the conditions for societal coexistence, would the model look any different? So that's the sort of counterfactual question that we can take with us. However, the core concept in these global changes or global order changes that we see today has become sore because maybe of these extramural contestation generated by recent events. And let's look a little bit more on how we can see that. Changes in world order and developments that look much more like or are more difficult to explain away as double standards and maybe Western complicity in war crimes and genocide are threatening the stability of the anti-impunity concept. And that's because anti-impunity is basically a double negation. It's not punishment. So what we are left with is a call for punishment. Punishment, at least in some conceptualizations, rests on 3 elements, symbolized by Justitia's sword, scales, and blindfold. Sorry, that was the core concept. Sorry. The sword represents authority and power. And we ask questions such as who wields authority? The scale represents order and equilibrium, and the blindfold represents impartiality and equal treatment, according to the symbolism. And I would argue that these global changes that we see are sort of contesting or asking uncomfortable questions around questions of authority, order, and impartiality. So and the last, I don't know how much time I have, Thomas, but my
2-3 more minutes.
3 minutes, okay,
Is that
good.
possible?
Yes, that's fine. So in the last of my presentation, I will just sort of examine each of these 3. So in terms of what is indicated by the sword, authority and power, we see in transitional justice manuals who is believed to wield this authority. And it is an international authority. The justice of transitional justice is constructed through international involvement from foreign experts to foreign money, global institutions such as the ICC, the IIMP, the IIIMs, and a lot of other international institutions, and of course international law, international human rights law, humanitarian law, and criminal law. So the kind of authority that is taken seriously in the transitional justice script is international authority. As I'm arguing in a forthcoming article, the script of transitional justice is constructing or narrating and representing the national domain as a realm of deficit. And it's interesting to look at these 30 manuals because that's when you can sort of analyze them systematically, and it's difficult to refuse to see the terms that are being used here. So we see multiple absences, vacuums, and deficits. The lower quote is from maybe a publication you all know very well, the UN Secretary General's 2004 report, which only talks about so many different things that are not existing in the national realm. Further, here are some more descriptions. The national realm is a realm of impunity, repression, insecurity, injustice, corruption, crime, poverty. There's human trafficking, there's dysfunctional, corrupt, bloated institutions, user-unfriendly institutions even, and broken institutions, exhausted resources. This is just a realm where nothing good is coming out of it, and it's quite unbelievable that we actually all live in a national realm, because we all do. But if the international realm is the authorizer of transitional justice, and it's losing its legitimacy in the current contestation, then actors are beginning to ask, questions such as, is human rights dead? If the sword is used to fix and rebuild a deficit national realm, how does it go along with international society enabling atrocity? If the international realm is not pursuing accountability for war crimes and genocide because the international community is associated with the West, then those questions undermine the authority of the sword, the authority that is being represented in the transitional justice script, if we look a little bit under the surface. Secondly, the scale. So the scale is, of course, a measuring instrument, but it symbolizes order and equilibrium. And if we ask the TJ script, what order is transitional justice building, there's a focus very much on the global south. And I think maybe Thomas's talk, yes, I'm almost done, will talk about that as well tomorrow. Here's a count of more than 3,000 references to cases and countries where transitional justice has happened. And if you look at this list, it's very much a list of global south countries that are the ones that are being reordered through transitional justice. So the current world order changes have induced maybe this fear about the nature of the world order, with questions about, is might right? If anti-impunity is associated with order, then conceptual binaries around order and disorder, anti-impunity and impunity are being dislodged and contested. Lastly, questions around equal treatment and impartiality represented by the blindfold also present uncomfortable questions at the moment, because the field's response has been to ensure this impartiality through technical and depoliticizing interventions. But of course, the questions around impartiality are sort of being asked at the moment with these double standards that we've talked about, which are now, for many people, obvious and impossible to ignore. So I'm suggesting that the sort of core elements of anti-impunity are being contested at the moment, and it's unclear what is happening with transitional justice because it's so core. But maybe what is opening up is a new discourse where we can rethink transitional justice and where we can think whether anti-impunity or other social objectives in these transitions should be different, and it can open up conversations about new frameworks or new emphasis in the current frameworks. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thanks so much, Lina, for that wonderful presentation. And I won't steal any time here and just pass on directly to Professor Abad for the presentation.
We can minimize.
Monse, are you speaking in Spanish or in English?
En Spanish.
En Spanish, sí, 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 muy bien.
Okay.
Muy bien.
Okay.
Just so people can organize with the headsets. If anyone isn't aware, the headsets for translation are over there next to the big gray box.
And apparently it's channel 2.
Oh, and
I think,
okay, channel 2 for English. Apparently, I'm just gonna go get myself a set too.
Yes. Yeah. Sorry.
No, yo creo que buscar el teléfono para el tiempo, porque si no... Ah, bueno, es perfecto. Porque si no yo hablo...
Malito el teléfono, pero sirve para eso. Recomendaría si el stopwatch y no el timer, porque para que no suena la alarma.
No, es un poco violento.
Que subas, que vaya mejor.
Pero igual hablas mejor así.
Sí.
Okay. Good morning or good afternoon. First of all, I like to thank and congratulate the organizers, Felix, Thomas, and Linem, for their valuable initiative, and congratulations as well to the previous speakers for your wonderful and inspiring talks. Well, let's turn to Spanish. And mi tema es repensar la justicia en contextos de colonialismo de asentamiento, límites de los modelos de responsabilidad corporativa y debida diligencia. Y Palestina como caso crítico es el subtítulo. Bien, me gustaría comenzar con una frase también de Martti Koskiniemi, una figura central del enfoque crítico y pospositivista del derecho internacional, quien ya ha sido citado hoy, cuando sintetiza también en una frase como el derecho internacional no es solo un conjunto de normas, sino una forma de distribuir el poder, distribuir privilegios y distribuir silencios también. Y es algo que se refleja bien en este tema concreto, porque vamos a ver que a la vez, si se cumpliera el derecho, sería más que suficiente, pero el derecho existente también tiene ciertos resquicios que valdría la pena solucionar. ¿Por qué es un caso crítico Palestina? Bien, yo creo que hasta ahora todas las intervenciones han ido en una línea muy similar, han sido muy complementarias, y creo que todos estaremos de acuerdo en, bueno, hay elementos distópicos del funcionamiento del sistema jurídico internacional que se hacen especialmente acuciantes en relación con el caso de Palestina. Confluyen, además, los más graves crímenes desde la perspectiva de la sociedad internacional en su conjunto, y además es uno de los temas en donde se
hace operativo uno de los dobles raseros más flagrantes al tratar de una manera diferente a Rusia y a Israel. Y es necesario además acercarse desde diferentes aproximaciones conceptuales. Mi prisma es fundamentalmente el del derecho internacional público, pero es importante aproximarse desde una perspectiva crítica, también cogiendo como un punto de referencia esencial TRAIL, los Third World Approaches to International Law, también la justicia ambiental, también la ética pública, sobre todo cuando elementos jurídicos esenciales son distorsionados y corrompidos en la práctica. Bien, yo quiero ver muy brevemente, acercarme al marco conceptual, al concepto de violencia ecosistémica, en el caso de Palestina, ver cómo afecta, cómo las empresas son actores esenciales en la normalización de las violaciones graves del derecho internacional, cuáles son los límites del derecho actual para llegar a una conclusión. He estado trabajando en los últimos meses en relación con este tema, bueno, para un capítulo de un libro de Elgar que se refiere, una obra colectiva en la que también participa Tomás, que se refiere a los recursos naturales en conflictos armados, y en concreto mi capítulo se refiere a la cuestión de las empresas, y viendo cómo no solo la debida diligencia, sino también la rendición de cuentas es uno de los ámbitos en los que hay agujeros negros. Bien, con respecto al marco conceptual, lo primero que habría que criticar es el acercamiento, incluso prevalente, más allá de los que se hacen desde el punto de vista del derecho, tratando el caso de Palestina como ocupación, como una situación de mera ocupación, y no yendo a la raíz del problema, que es el colonialismo de asentamiento. Y esto tiene implicaciones porque, como muestra bueno, pues los estudios de coloniales, entre otros acercamientos, no es una cuestión de una mera ocupación. El derecho de la ocupación se queda corto, porque no son acontecimientos, es una estructura orientada a la transferencia permanente del territorio y al desplazamiento permanente de la población, mediante la eliminación y la sustitución de la población palestina. Como han demostrado ya autores como Patrick Wolf desde el inicio, realmente se construye todo el proyecto sionista sobre la lógica de la eliminación de la población palestina. Y este desplazamiento no es solo teórico, tiene consecuencias jurídicas directas, porque si entendemos la situación como ocupación, la actividad de las empresas podría presentarse como neutral, a veces como técnica o incluso como beneficiosa, cuando, si lo entendemos como esa estructura colonial, la explotación de recursos deja de ser un efecto colateral y se convierte en un mecanismo central de dominación y que impide el ejercicio de la libre determinación de los pueblos. Y en este sentido, la opinión consultiva de la Corte Internacional de Justicia de julio del año pasado, del 2024, sobre las prácticas y políticas israelíes, constituye un avance importante, un avance crucial, en cuanto no solo se limita a declarar la ilicitud de la ocupación, a pesar del tiempo transcurrido, y dejar claras las obligaciones que tiene Israel con respecto a el desmantelamiento de los asentamientos ilícitos, la obligación de desmantelar toda la estructura y de reparar a las víctimas, sino que declara taxativamente que ese derecho a la autodeterminación del pueblo palestino es una norma de jus cogens, una norma de derecho internacional imperativo, incluidas distintas dimensiones como la soberanía permanente de los recursos naturales. Y esa opinión consultiva contiene referencias concretas muy valiosas con respecto a la necesidad de impedir las relaciones económicas y comerciales, no solo la obligación de no reconocer por parte de terceros estados la ilegalidad de la ocupación y también de organizaciones internacionales, sino la obligación de no mantener relaciones económicas o de inversión que puedan contribuir a mantener esa ocupación ilícita. Por tanto, la ocupación viene a ser una infraestructura, pero hay que tener en cuenta, sobre todo, esa infracción básica que lo contamina todo, que es el colonialismo de asentamiento. Bien, el segundo punto se refiere a la violencia ecosistémica. No en vano, ya además de la utilización de conceptos como el de genocidio, los crímenes contra la humanidad, escolasticidio, ecocidio, etcétera, se ha empezado también a manejar el término de holocidio, precisamente para hacer referencia a la aniquilación de Gaza, en el que no solo hay un genocidio y un ecocidio, sino bueno, es crímenes que afectan a todo lo que pueda sustentar el derecho a la autodeterminación del pueblo palestino. Y en este sentido es clásico ya el concepto de violencia lenta, de slow violence, que había sido teorizada hace ya unos 15 años por Rob Nixon, refiriéndose fundamentalmente a los contextos postcoloniales, en donde la violencia es de algún modo en gran medida invisible, diferida a través del tiempo y del espacio, y realmente en Palestina coinciden las dos, una violencia lenta y una violencia rápida, como han puesto de relieve pues, académicos, también organizaciones como Forensic Architecture, mostrando, claro, cómo en Cisjordania ya son décadas en las que se va produciendo esa violencia ecológica que lo penetra todo, y en Gaza realmente se ha producido esa aniquilación. Por tanto, el concepto de violencia ecosistémica nos permite mostrar ese carácter estructural y multidimensional en el que los recursos naturales son a la vez la base para la autodeterminación del pueblo palestino y a la vez una base para proseguir en ese colonialismo de asentamiento por parte de Israel. Y las empresas y también terceros actores van a intervenir siendo, bueno, pues de alguna manera actores más o menos próximos, cómplices en la mayoría de los casos de esa estructura ilícita de la ocupación y del colonialismo de asentamiento. Y vemos aquí la intersección entre la destrucción ecosistémica y la dominación política, que da lugar a crímenes graves, atroces y sistemáticos. Crímenes contra la humanidad en Cisjordania, incluido el genocidio en Gaza, pero forman parte de una unidad política y territorial de los Palestina, como Palestina. Bien, ¿cómo inciden aquí las empresas? Pues van a normalizar esa infracción, y eso se ve a través de los recursos naturales esenciales, como el agua, la agricultura, los minerales, el gas o la energía renovable. En relación con el agua, bueno, pues desde 1982 Mekorot cogió la empresa estatal israelí, cogió el control sobre el agua. y comenzó lo que muchos autores ya denominaron entonces, y también desde organizaciones no gubernamentales de protección de los derechos humanos, del water apartheid, o una segregación sistemática que se refería también al uso de los recursos naturales. También con respecto a la agricultura, como ya pusieron desde hace ya años de relieve relatores especiales de las Naciones Unidas, ¿no? Una agresión a la soberanía alimentaria, el tema ya no solo de la destrucción de las granjas, de los medios de vida, también de los olivos centenarios que forman parte de la identidad cultural también de los palestinos, y cómo la destrucción de estos bienes esenciales para la supervivencia de la población civil encaja en diferentes crímenes contra la humanidad, e incluso también, como vamos a ver, constituye uno de los elementos en relación con el genocidio. También con respecto a los minerales, la explotación de los minerales del Mar Muerto, bueno, algunos, si se sigue el rastro, por ejemplo, de los fosfatos, se puede ver la conexión como material, como elemento de doble uso, que es la conexión con las armas que llegan hasta el genocidio de Gaza. O el gas también, mientras que los yacimientos descubiertos en el año 2000 enfrente de las aguas de Gaza, de Palestina, permanecen sin explotar por el bloqueo israelí, se han estado explotando, y se están explotando otros yacimientos sin que puedan beneficiar al pueblo palestino, y con la involucración de distintas multinacionales. También el tema de las renovables es del máximo interés por varias razones, pero entre ellas porque Israel hace greenwashing con las energías renovables, invirtiendo en pues energía solar, no solo en los territorios palestinos ocupados, e impidiendo el acceso a la energía, o a un precio desorbitado de los propios palestinos. Y en este sentido también, también coincide con campañas de destrucción en las que o bien los colonos o bien con la pasividad del ejército pues destruyen estructuras de energías renovables palestinas. Y aquí las empresas participan como facilitadoras estructurales. Realmente ya ha venido siendo estudiado en los últimos años, ya desde el 2016, la Oficina del Alto Comisionado de las Naciones Unidas para los Derechos Humanos había empezado la base de datos, donde se contenían una serie de empresas que violaban esa prohibición y encajaban en las categorías previstas por el Consejo de Derechos Humanos. De alguna manera estaban siendo el oxígeno, y siguen siendo el oxígeno de la ocupación, manteniendo esos asentamientos ilegales que se han ido expandiendo a lo largo de los años. Posteriormente, el informe de Francesca Albanese de la economía de la ocupación a la economía del genocidio, publicado en julio del año pasado, muestra, como ella misma decía, pues esa punta del iceberg, ¿no? Porque solo se recogen 48 multinacionales, pero hay muchísimas más. En las bases de datos había alrededor de 1 millar. También ha habido otro informe posterior de septiembre de este año de Amnistía Internacional. Hay otros elaborados desde el ámbito de organizaciones no gubernamentales como Don't Buy Into Occupation, mostrando, pues sobre todo las conexiones con el sector financiero, y aquí es donde hay pues la mayor parte de los resquicios y donde se ven los límites del derecho actual, porque la debida diligencia, el concepto en torno al cual gira los principales códigos de conducta que existen, pues los principios rectores de las Naciones Unidas sobre empresas y derechos humanos, o los distintos códigos de conducta elaborados en el marco de la OCDE, o incluso la reciente directiva en el ámbito de la Unión Europea sobre diligencia de vida corporativa en materia de sostenibilidad, bueno, pues dejan de lado cuestiones relativas a ocupaciones prolongadas o fragmentan el derecho de los derechos humanos por un lado y el derecho medioambiental por el otro. No hay una aproximación holística. De hecho, en el caso de la directiva de la Unión Europea, no aparece en el anexo donde se relacionan los instrumentos a aplicar, las ramas no aparecen los convenios de Ginebra o instrumentos básicos del derecho internacional humanitario. Esto impide una aproximación integral que sería la única que podría ser útil. Y además se produce una invisibilización de Palestina, no solo en la agenda política por los consabidos dobles raseros a los que ya me he referido, sino también, curiosamente, en un escalón más bajo, más técnico y más jurídico, en los que se debiera operar de una manera pues más neutra, entre comillas, ¿no? Y eso lo vemos en documentos, por ejemplo, del Alto Comisionado en relación con la aplicación de los principios rectores, o lo comentábamos antes Rodrigo Lledó y yo en relación con el draft policy paper de la Fiscalía de la Corte Penal Internacional en relación con los crímenes medioambientales, como en otros casos, o en guías de la OCDE, que comienzan con el disclaimer de que en relación con los territorios palestinos ocupados, como si fuera una situación que está de alguna manera al margen del derecho internacional. Y en este sentido, por eso es importante enfatizar desde la academia, desde la universidad, de alguna manera apoyar a esa idea que tanto repite Francesca Albanese de Palestina como caso test. Ya sé bien que hay otros casos test y que Ucrania también es un caso test y que también lo es Sudán y otros conflictos que se han mostrado hoy aquí en relación con otros proyectos, por supuesto, pero de alguna manera el caso palestino ha simbolizado esas contradicciones y al hilo del incumplimiento del derecho se han mostrado quizá más elementos disruptivos del orden jurídico, del sistema jurídico internacional que en otros, al menos durante este año 2024 y 2025. Realmente, en este sentido, si Palestina está al margen, si es una excepción a la universalidad del marco del derecho internacional humanitario y de los derechos humanos, se merma todavía más la legitimidad del sistema jurídico internacional, ya no solo su eficacia. Por eso, bueno, como conclusión, pues claro, lo hemos visto ya, es el punto de partida y la conclusión realmente. El derecho internacional aplicable continúa estructurado por una división global entre quienes deciden, quienes soportan las consecuencias. Vemos cómo la dinámica del poder lo atraviesa todo, lo vemos, por ejemplo, también en el llamado plan de paz de Trump con respecto a Palestina, en donde ni siquiera se plantea la cuestión de la ocupación y ya mucho menos todavía la categorización adecuada del asentamiento, del colonialismo de asentamiento, que es lo único que podría dar lugar a ese reconocimiento y esa actuación con respecto a ello. El desmantelamiento de esa estructura es lo único que podría cumplir con el principio de libre determinación del pueblo palestino, norma de jus cogens, y dar lugar a una posible paz futura y sostenible. Por consiguiente, bueno, pues la justicia global solo es posible cuando la cooperación, la equidad y la responsabilidad guían las decisiones, y hoy por hoy, como hemos visto, creo que estamos siendo un poco pesimistas, pero también se está mostrando, bueno, dónde hay resquicios y dónde, si hubiera voluntad política, se puede incidir, pero también desde el ámbito del derecho más técnico se pueden aprovechar oportunidades para intentar esas aproximaciones holísticas que son clave. Muchísimas gracias.
Yeah, thanks so much, Monse, for that thought-provoking presentation, taking us to Palestine and the structures of violence in that situation. So on with the next presentation by my friend and colleague Kath Collins. So you want to stay here? Yeah, that works. Okay.
This
Kath.
Oh,
Kath here.
of course.
La pone en modo presentación, quizás. Pero
Yeah,
ponemos-
yeah.
Si quiere,
Yes.
bueno, mío, gracias. Bueno, gracias. Partir con los agradecimientos de rigor y también con un par de disculpas, que lo que quiero compartir no está todo lo desarrollado que quisiera. La culpa la tengo pues yo, por supuesto, pero también es una función en parte del semestre recién terminado y que aún no termina. Y también del clima político, ya que el día de ayer, que hubiera sido ideal dedicarlo a repasar y profundizar esto, se vio supeditado al ejercicio deprimente de acompañar el sufragio en las elecciones presidenciales chilenas, cosa que con mis compañeros y colegas aquí, Rodrigo, nos dejó los ánimos un poco bajos. Así que, dicho todo eso, el título acá, que es el arco de la justicia, se inclina hacia lo local. Son reflexiones que quiero compartir más bien bajo ese título, ese concepto. Se alimenta de tres fuentes. Uno es un proyecto que tengo con unos colegas africanos y africanistas, que partió caratulado como sobre la complementariedad y terminó siendo concebido de manera, a mi juicio, más adecuada, como sobre más bien espacios alternativos de rendición de cuentas, aunque ese también de alguna manera sugiere que hay centro y periferia en esto. Entonces uno podría incluso llegar a hablar más bien de espacios diversos de rendición de cuentas. El segundo es un curso de magíster en materia de justicia transicional en Belfast que acabamos de impartir con Aileen aquí presente. Y el tercero siendo un foro en Nuremberg en que participé hace aproximadamente un mes sobre justicia internacional a 80 años de los juicios de Nuremberg. Y con todo eso sumando y restando, uno podría pensar, si fuera un poco superficial, ¿no?, de que si miramos como los hitos en la historia clásica que cuentan, digamos, del derecho penal internacional o de la justicia penal internacional, de que vamos como en ascenso hacia una mayor internacionalización, partiendo desde Nuremberg y Tokio, pasando por los ad hoc y llegando a la Corte Penal Internacional. Pero en realidad es una historia mucho más compleja y a su vez más interesante, en que en cada paso hay algo también que nos retrotrae hacia más bien lo doméstico. Y no estoy avanzando, sino esto que pareciera ser como algo que va en ascenso hacia lo internacional, más bien como en cada paso tiene algo que nos deviene o nos retrotrae hacia lo doméstico, sea el juicio Eichmann, sea el caso Pinochet, sea los completion strategies de los ad hoc, o sea los famosos híbridos que no dejan, no quieren morirse, a pesar de su historia. Entonces, más bien yo diría que aquí hay siempre una historia mucho más nutrida en lo regional, lo doméstico y lo nacional que en este espacio rarefied, espacio internacional, digamos. Y en que aquí los developments como más recientes están pasando un par de cosas interesantes. Aquí arriba están pasando cosas extrañas, arriba entre comillas, digamos, en estas cosas enmarcadas en rojo, entre ellos que se vuelve a sumar a la Corte Internacional de la Justicia, ya como player en el derecho penal internacional, y luego aparecen estas otras, la AAA IIIM para Siria, instancias similares para Daesh, para Myanmar, etcétera, que se pueden interpretar como estrategia creativa de parte de la ONU o bien como un reconocimiento de una debilidad. Es decir, desde la ONU ya no podemos operativizar o producir o causar justicia internacional, sino lo que vamos a dedicarnos es a almacenar pruebas para un futuro eventual en que alguien se va a hacer cargo. Pero la Corte Internacional de la Justicia es, yo creo, incluso más interesante en el sentido de que, por un lado, podría traducirse en una mayor atención a la estatalidad de los crímenes de Estado, valga la redundancia. Porque si bien Nuremberg estableció dos cosas, bueno, al menos dos cosas, uno, que los Estados no solamente cometen errores, como dijo Taylor, sino cometen crímenes, y dos, que los individuos pueden y deben responder por aquellos crímenes, como que con el tiempo lo segundo opacó lo primero. Es decir, mucha atención a hacer efectivo esa responsabilidad del individuo, mientras que ahora que se llega a Israel, Gaza, a Ucrania, Rusia, a Myanmar con los Rohingya, ya no es cosa de perseguir penalmente al Bibi, ni al Putin, ni a emprender otras luchas contra molinos de viento, sino más bien vamos Estado contra Estado ante la Corte Internacional de la Justicia. Y es notable que este sea el sitio web, el landing page del sitio web de la Corte Internacional de la Justicia ya está lleno de temas de Israel, temas de genocidio, cosas que hace 6 meses, siquiera un año, no era, digamos, tan así. Ahora, con toda la performatividad que esto conlleva, con la actuación de Sudáfrica, que a su vez se niega a activar órdenes de detención de la Corte Penal Internacional y todo lo que quieras, y ha creado también una tremenda solapación entre Corte Internacional de la Justicia y la Corte Penal Internacional sobre el crimen de agresión, pero también sobre el umbral para declarar o no genocidio. Pero eso ya son problemas que no son de mi incumbencia, y los penalistas así finos se ocuparán de ello. Lo que a mí me interesa más es que llegamos a eso, o más bien al reconocimiento, que de alguna manera eso es siempre lo que siempre tuvimos, es decir, un escenario de accountability internacional compleja, en que está pasando algo en todas partes todo el tiempo, o en alguna parte la mayor parte del tiempo. Y justicia por crímenes internacionales se hace también aquí abajo, e incluso está más poblado, digamos, el escenario doméstico, subdoméstico, regional, subregional, terceros países, etcétera, etcétera. Y ello significa o conlleva diversidad, resultados dispares, selectividad, por cierto, juicios de vencedores, inclusive, como acabamos de ver, una que otra pena de muerte, eso sí, pero de todos modos, todas esas cosas problemáticas, salvo quizás la pena de muerte, por lo menos últimamente, también las hemos visto en el espacio internacional. Es decir, mutatis mutandis no va a ser necesariamente peor que esto se haga, digamos, en los espacios diversos que menciono. Y si uno los mira con buenos ojos o no, depende, en buena parte, en algo tan simple como si se es o no se es un cosmopolito liberal universalista, un positivista empedernido o una pluralista jurídica. Pero las cosas que además y sobre todo ya es un hecho, o sea, esto ya es un hecho. No estamos eligiendo entre bienes, sino ya es una operación de salvataje, diría yo, en términos de qué espacios se pueden rescatar para hacer algo de justicia por crímenes internacionales, que es lo que a mí me interesa, a otros les interesan otras cosas. Y aquí abajo, digamos, también hay razones para ser optimista, o sea, no todo es problema. La diversidad de por sí, como insisto, al menos yo no lo veo como un problema, sino bien como algo bien positivo. Y también pasan cosas buenas, pasan cosas interesantes. Hay un performance del sistema interamericano en eso, bueno, aceptando las críticas a la estandarización con que partió Line. Aquí tenemos un sistema interamericano que ha elaborado bastante más que cualquier otro sistema regional, estándares y prácticas más importantes en materia de justicia transicional. Y también tenemos colaboraciones interesantes de la Unión Africana con ECOWAS, con grupos de estados africanos, con Liberia, entre ellos. También aquí abajo, por supuesto, hay grandes cuotas de impunidad y todo lo que quiera, pero eso no lo digo como desde arriba, desde afuera y como quien no tenga nada en juego cuando hablo de que el espacio doméstico regional de algo puede servir, pues porque también sabemos que lo que se pierde, digamos, al optar por aceptar lo que ese espacio nos trae, porque con las elecciones chilenas de ayer quedó sepultado, yo creo, un cuarto de siglo de avances en justicia doméstica, que no fueron gratis, fueron conseguidos con mucho empeño y mucho esfuerzo y mucho costo personal, entre otras por quien nos acompaña en sala. Pero ya tuvimos, o sea, yo creo que ya tuvimos toda la justicia que vamos a tener a nivel doméstico en Chile. Y el sistema regional, por más fuerte y insistente que sea, no va a bastar para reanimar ese cadáver. Es decir, no es, digamos, la utopía tampoco lo que nos invita si es que abandonamos el espacio internacional. Pero, y voy a volver un poquito para acá, de un momento. Pero el foro de Nuremberg al que aludí hace poco, osciló de manera bastante como bipolar entre una especie de autobomba, mira todo lo que hemos logrado en los últimos 8 décadas, y un ambiente más bien de velorio, tipo que el último en abandonar la sala de la justicia internacional apague las luces. Y había una cierta presencia, creo que de las y los operadores del andamio del derecho penal internacional en el espacio internacional, es decir, la noción de que la justicia internacional se hace en un espacio internacional necesariamente, armado por Nuremberg, que reconociendo su precariedad, pero renuentes a soltarlo del todo, hablando en términos de revivir el modelo híbrido del Tribunal Espacial para la Ucrania y otros como Bill Cheiba, que caracterizó esa idea como un saludo a la bandera. A very expensive exercise in moot court, creo que fueron sus palabras exactas. Había a su vez como otra presencia en la misma conferencia de operadores de justicia transicional como yo, o de representantes de organizaciones sociales, ONG, del subglobal, que no hemos sido más bien compañeros de viaje, es decir, fellow travelers del derecho penal internacional, mientras haya servido nuestro propósito, que son 8. Es decir, nos subimos al buque de la justicia internacionalizada durante y a causa del giro punitivista. Y ahora estamos buscando los botes salvavidas y preguntándonos dónde iremos ahora con nuestros anhelos anti-impunidad, porque ya vemos que ese espacio se ha hecho agua por todas partes. Y es una dinámica que de alguna manera a quienes somos más justicia transicional que derecho penal internacional, digamos, nos decanta, nos deriva de nuevo hacia lo local, hacia lo propio, hacia lo nuestro y lo que hemos podido construir a mano propia, que por más pobre que nos pueda parecer, va a ser lo que hay, lo que queda. Y ahí percibimos, y insisto de manera gramsciana, interalia, porque nunca hemos tenido la mirada clavada en la Corte Penal Internacional en particular, ni en la Haya en general. Y en el caso de América Latina, con Usura al menos, es porque por razones de materia, competencia temporal, no tuvo nunca nada que ver la Corte Penal Internacional con lo nuestro. Pero también porque lo internacional es y siempre fue en parte un reflejo de normatividad y valores ya adoptados abajo. Es decir, no todo es cascada de justicia, ni difusión normativa de arriba hacia abajo, ni siquiera vernacularización, sino también hay creaciones propias en todo esto. Y el ejemplo que siempre ofrezco, aunque no es por supuesto el único posible, es el de la Convención Internacional contra la Desaparición Forzada, al que le antecede más de una década su equivalente interamericano. Y tenemos, como digo, la actuación del sistema interamericano en materia de jurisprudencia, antecedentes muy concretos en justicia transicional, una actuación del sistema interamericano en contra de las autoamnistías y etcétera, que es bastante coherente, y más fuerte que los pronunciamientos del sistema europeo, lejos en las mismas materias, y cuyo impacto directo ha sido ampliado, por supuesto, en los países latinoamericanos por la doctrina del control de convencionalidad. Entonces, para la dimensión justicia de la justicia transicional, al menos en América Latina, la Corte Penal Internacional nunca fue the only game in town. Es más, diría que el sistema universal en general tampoco ha sido el único impulsor de todo o sustento de todo, por más que ha llegado a ser, particularmente post-98, un referente normativo frecuente, recurrente. Y ahora quizás se va más a ver si fue o no imprescindible, porque es capaz que lo vamos perdiendo. Vengo de una jurisdicción en que los crímenes internacionales se judicializan siempre bajo figura doméstica y el cielo no se cae, es decir, de poder se puede, compañero, ¿cierto, Rodrigo? Bueno. Además, y otro aspecto como más interesante, creo, de la justicia transicional practicada en y desde lo local y lo regional, es precisamente la diversidad incluso de los corpus iuris domésticos que termine invocando. Y también en Chile en la última década, a un universo ya muy contundente de causas penales por crímenes atroces del tiempo de la dictadura, se agregó un universo de demandas civiles y otra de acciones constitucionales y de otro tipo en el ámbito de la memoria, en el ámbito del negacionismo y en el uso del espacio público y las memorializaciones. Todas estas acciones otras que terminan en tribunales son acciones que nacen en el activismo desde el mundo de las y los sobrevivientes víctimas, es decir, más víctima céntrico e imposible, y abren vías judiciales a la reparación, a las garantías de no repetición, a la verdad y además dimensiones de justicia transicional, cosa que por supuesto los tribunales internacionales, al menos los tribunales internacionales penales, no pueden ofrecer porque no es parte de su naturaleza, ¿no? Y las demandas civiles en contextos post-transicionales de larga data como la nuestra surgen también como forma de eludir la impunidad biológica. Y de paso obran eso que mencioné hace un momento, de reestablecer de que aquí estamos hablando de crímenes de Estado y de terrorismo de Estado, no de acciones criminales cometidas por una manga de ex uniformados viejos decrépitos a los que hay que tener ya compasión y por tanto no vale persecución penal más allá. Porque se demanda no al torturador sino de antaño, sino al Estado de hoy, ¿sí? Y eso le obliga al Estado de hoy al menos a seguir dimensionando el daño y de alguna manera a seguir respondiendo o a seguir manifestándose en la denegación de hacerlo. Y de modo similar, al menos en América Latina, de nuevo, la búsqueda de las y los desaparecidos, detenidos desaparecidos, ha resultado ser otro retazo de la justicia transicional, pidiendo perdón por el término, que no es muy adecuado, con una vigencia particularmente larga y una urgencia que como que no se pierde, sino que se va mutando de forma. Y es por ello también, en paréntesis, que a mí en lo personal me parece poco afortunada la tendencia fomentada por motivos entendibles, pero muy propios de la Cruz Roja Internacional, de designar a esa búsqueda como una tarea humanitaria, contrastándola a su vez con una búsqueda judicializada o judicializable. Pues bien, aquí abajo, entre comillas, la justicia transicional en casa, refractada por sistemas regionales y etcétera, también tiene su lado problemático propio. Y con esa observación termino, que tiene que ver un poco con una forma de ella que está cada vez más de moda, que es el de la jurisdicción universal. Que sé que es un poco saltar para un lado, pero permíteme que hay una interconectividad horizontal, por cierto, en todo este justicia internacional hecho en forma más local, con activismo inter y transnacional, etcétera, que en su expresión hispanoamericana temprana, es decir, post-caso Pinochet, como el que aquí se retrata, fue vista con muy buenos ojos por casi todas y todos. Pero con el tiempo, y esto sí es una insight que le debo a mis colegas africanistas en el proyecto actual que mencioné, la justicia penal en terceros estados a través de la invocación de la jurisdicción universal o la jurisdicción universal plus, presenta o se arriesga a presentar dinámicas coloniales y neocoloniales al menos desafortunadas, incluso cuando en los hechos, si uno mira bien, han sido impulsadas por víctimas directas pertenecientes a comunidades diásporas, ¿sí? Pero también es un hecho que la jurisdicción universal, ha sido instrumentalizada por estados autoritarios, entre ellos Ruanda, haciendo uso indebido de Interpol Red Notices para perseguir a disidentes y opositores políticos. Bueno, ahí bien son peticiones de extradición, más que jurisdicción universal, pero sobre pretexto de buscar extraditar a genocidas, digamos, se persigue más bien al opositor político, y también han sido instrumentalizados, y esto es más complejo, por estados receptores de refugiados como pretextos para extremar la vigilancia y el escrutinio de la población migrante y la población migratoria. Entonces, la justicia transicional realizada, digamos, por aquí abajo, como he dicho, no es necesariamente exento no es más pulcro, no es como más puro, no está exento de todas estas problemas, por decirlo menos, y que las que se intentó armar una vez en la infraestructura liberal internacional posguerra. Pero sí podemos decir con Galileo, y sin embargo se mueve. Es decir, existe, se mueve y seguirá moviéndose, aun si la otra, que está aquí arriba, pase finalmente a desvanecerse. Y es por eso que creo que es como que debe seguir siendo siempre como foco de nuestro interés y acción y pensamiento y colaboración. Gracias.
Yeah, thanks so much, Kath, for that fascinating journey through the different levels where justice can happen and the different challenges that can be experienced. So, next presentation, Nina, the floor is yours whenever you. No,
¿Es esto,
no
no?
rush.
Sí, Madrid. Y a ver cómo me parece. Vale, perfecto.
Ah, no, esta no es. Espera, madre presentación. Vale.
It's in habit. I have to put this. Where was the microphone? Aquí. Vale. Bueno, por favor, se quede conmigo. Sé que soy la última antes del almuerzo. Quizá es horario español, entonces quizá algunos ya tienen hambre. Voy a intentar de ser breve, ya que voy a poder construir, por fortuna, por ser la última, en los que dijeron los demás del panel sobre un poco esa tensión también entre lo local y lo internacional, entre la cuestión de la violencia estructural y epistémica. Y bueno, y dar una perspectiva, me pidieron de dar una perspectiva un poco más optimística también sobre oportunidades para el futuro. Lo voy a hacer en inglés. Pero por favor, pues pregunten en español si hay duda. And before starting this presentation, as I'm going to be dealing with indigenous ontologies and more specifically with the NASA and the AWA group, I want to start with the positionality. So I am not indigenous myself. I'm a Spanish-Belgian privileged researcher. And yet, I have been collaborating for many years with indigenous communities around Latin America. So what I will present today is my own critical voice, and in no way I'm pretending to speak on their own. So I have let most of the code in Spanish to try to be truthful to their voice. And the second point I would like to make is I will be speaking about transitional justice, as you have heard a lot, in Colombia. And I will be speaking about the post-2016 peace agreement. I don't speak about post-conflict situation because the conflict is still going on in some part of Colombia, and especially the Cauca region where I work with the NASA community. And over the past months, many of the people I work with have been killed. So I would ask you to have this in mind. Nuestro territorio ancestral y sagrado ha sufrido violaciones, alteraciones, mutilaciones, ocupaciones y daños producto del conflicto armado. Our ancestral and sacred territory has suffered violation, alteration, mutilation, occupation, and damage because of the internal armed conflict. This is how the NASA indigenous community opened the statement before the JEP, the Special Jurisdiction for Peace in Colombia, the court in charge of dealing with the case related to the armed conflict. And with this statement, they make clear that for them, the experience of the armed conflict is not limited to human beings, but their territory, Umakiwe, Mother Earth, who is a living being who can suffer, has also been impacted by the armed conflict. Departing from this understanding and the NASA relational ontology with territory is reflecting, I would say, a broader trend within indigenous ontology. So every indigenous community has its own relationship with land, and I don't pretend to generalize that, but they have in common this relational understanding of territory. Human being and more than human elements are interconnected. And so that's why I think some of the explanation I was making on the NASA and the AWA case we can draw broader conclusion in connection to ICL and indigenous ontology. And so the goal for today will be, on one hand, to show the tension that exists between this relational understanding and international criminal law and its anthropocentrism. And then, but also try to highlight the opportunities for criminal accountability when we start to engage with indigenous ontology, not as mere cultural interpretation that needs to be respected, but as another reality, an equivalent system of knowledge and law. Okay. I don't know how many of you are familiar with the Colombian context. I will really briefly highlight some element. But I guess, as most of you know, Colombia had an armed conflict for over 56 years, opposing the Colombian government to several guerrillas groups. The largest and most active one was the FARC. In 2016, there is the signature of the so-called Final Peace Agreement, which set a very complicated traditional justice framework. But what I'm interested for today is the judicial component of it, which is the Special Jurisdiction for Peace, Jurisdicción Especial para la Paz, JEP, which is in the court in charge of dealing with the case related to the armed conflict. And I guess that's where, as with like the ICC, so in Colombia, the ICC had a shadow effect, but even concrete effect on the peace negotiation. And in my part, I look at the implementation and at the work of the JEP, and I also argue that the ICC still have a way through positive complementarity, but also deeper understanding of international criminal law in the current work of the JEP and how it's shaping the decision. And so one of the particularities of Colombia that I think it's relevant for my talk today is that, of course, it has to combine punitive and restorative approaches. And also within the source that the JEP has to apply, there is international criminal law. So it has to do an harmonious interpretation of domestic legislation, but also of international legal norms, including ICL. Okay. So one of the cases in 2018, the JEP opened the micro case 05 that looked at the violation that were committed in the Cauca region where the Nasa people live. And in 2020, there is this landmark decision recognizing the territory of the Chamwala Kiwe, the Nasa territory, as a victim of the armed conflict. And so these follow another decision that was issued earlier. I'm mentioning because it's interesting for my analysis after. So that's the first decision was regarding the Awa territory, the Katsasu. And this decision was issued by an indigenous judge within the JEP. And we are going to see that when it comes to criminal accountability, there is difference in the interpretation depending on if there is an indigenous judge heading the JEP or not. So this decision, this recognition of territory as a victim, up from this moment, territory become an actor of the entire process with his own right to reparation, his own arm, and his own demand for criminal accountability. And so it invites to take into consideration other types of arms. And I have put here some example. But for the Nasa, the armed conflict did generate disharmonies, disequilibrium with motherhood. And so you have, for example, example here of the sucio. But when you kill someone, it's not only about the killing, human right violation, it's also about the dirt, so el sucio, that the person is letting in the territory. And so you have the necessity of levantar el sucio. Right? This is an example, but you have also the disappearances of the spirit of the river. So the contamination of the land is not only an ecocentric understanding of pollution, it also generates the disappearances of the spirit and the disharmonies. And so the question is then, can you have a criminal accountability, especially using LCL, that will take into consideration those disharmonies? And for that, I want to look at the two decisions. So the first decision regarding criminal accountability was issued in the macro case 05 that looked at the NASA by a judge, Raúl Sanchez, who is not an indigenous judge. And so in this decision, he has a very ecocentric understanding of the crime. So he do recognize the crimes against nature, and he recognizes the importance of nature, but it's for indigenous communities. But in his definition, it's all about territory as an ecosystem. And so, for example, he mentioned the damage to the páramo, which is a very important, the tundra, which is a very important for indigenous communities, but again, in a very ecocentric understanding of it. And as a result, when it comes to apply ICL, is applying the provision of the Rome Statute related to the destruction of the property of an adversary. So it's treating territory as a mere natural resource that can be an object of property, and that disregard indigenous understanding of territory as a living being. And so these decisions reflect different things. First, there is a misunderstanding, and this is based on interview, and I mean, I didn't outline my methodology, but this is more like anthropological analysis than merely the decision, the text. Well, you see in the legal text also some indication. But there is a misconception about what is indigenous justice and indigenous laws. So there is this understanding with the judge, mostly non-indigenous judge, that indigenous justice is merely restorative, that is not punitive. And so there is an opening in taking into consideration indigenous laws when it comes to reparation, but not criminal justice. This is also based, and that's where the ICC had a role to play, on this understanding that international criminal law is too important, that the criminal part is too important to be left to indigenous laws, and that it should rely on standard. And the way for the ICC is strong because this decision is almost only based on ICL, while the HEP could have applied domestic criminal law, constitutional law, that take into consideration much more indigenous understanding because you have a legal pluralism, but nevertheless, it go for ICL. And this is because they are trying to assert the legitimacy also towards the ICC. And then this decision failed into combining the restorative and the punitive approach. Why? Because indigenous legal system has been disregarded throughout history, and that's also connected to what Montserrat was saying about the structural violence and the colonialism. And so you say, well, we take your ontology seriously, your legal system will recognize territory as a victim. But then when it comes to criminal accountability, we are letting it aside. And so somehow you are like re-victimizing or again marginalizing indigenous legal system. Now let's move, for the optimistic parts, to a decision that was issued a few months later, in this time in the case of the Awa territory of the Katsasu. And the case is headed by Belkis Izquierdo, which is an Aruaca judge. And there, she starts by giving an understanding of the environment as this network of human beings and non-human beings. So very much this relational understanding of the environment. And she expressly lists in the decision arms that reflect in the indigenous ontology, such as, here you can say, the disparencies of the Cuanca, which is the spirit of the river for the Awa. And so she really engaged with those ontology. Then comes the moment of criminal accountability. And of course, it's challenging because ICL was created, and that's reflecting the talk we had this morning, within a Western understanding and hegemony. And so, as such, the decisions are anthropocentric and does not reflect indigenous ontology. But she is coming with this interpretation of protecting all these arms and this question of the environment through cultural heritage. And so the idea is to say territory is not only the material, the land, but it also encompasses all the knowledge which are essential for the community. And then through this interpretation, she tried to take into consideration those harm and consequently also giving criminal accountability based on this. And so I'm on time. So I want to conclude by a bit explaining like what was the idea by showing those two decisions. So the first one is, of course, showing, well, the anthropocentrism and the Western optic of ICL and the difficulty for this system to engage with indigenous ontology. And then reflect also on, and that's maybe for the transitional justice scholar, but, you know, for long we have this dilemma of peace versus justice, punitive versus restorative, that we say we have been solving. And I think in the Colombian case shows the difficulty of combining both. There is a clear, at the head, there is clearly two different paths when it comes with engaging with indigenous people. When it's restorative, they go way further, and there is really a co-construction with indigenous communities. Why the criminal part, they rely on ICL. And again, there is interesting when you discuss with the judge, that other called internacionalista. They really have this idea that that criminal law is international, and that they have to rely on international standards. And so this is the place of the ICC, and then the reflection on all of that is about, again, whose voice and whose vision is counting in all those debates, and the risk that by disregarding indigenous ontology and not engage with them, you will be reproducing this structural violence and this marginalization that is very much at the root of the Colombian conflict and the necessity also for reconciliation, I would say. So yeah, that would be my before lunch talk.
Great. Thanks so much, Nina, and thanks so much to all our panelists for these wonderful presentations. I think we got about half an hour, pretty much, for question and answers. So let's open up the floor, and I might come in with a question myself at some point, but to our participants first. So I think we can follow the structure more or less as we did in the first panel. So let's take maybe 3 questions or something like that, and then we return to our panelists for some brief reflections on the questions and comments that are made. So yes.
Well, thank you very much for the presentations. My question will be for Monse and obviously for the rest of the speakers who may want to make any comments on that.
Please.
And it is, do you think that maybe...
I cannot hear.
I think you need to a bit louder here. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, louder.
It's fine like that, like this? Do you hear me? Yes. Yeah? Do you think that transitional justice could be maybe an effective alternative for eventually addressing the situation of Palestine regarding obviously the commission of international crimes and the massive violations of human rights? And if so, how do you think that we should configure the framework of transitional justice to address these violations? And what role do you think that international law and international organizations could play on this matter? Thank you.
Muchas gracias por sus intervenciones. Voy a hacer mis preguntas en español. I'm going to ask my questions in Spanish, please. Bueno, tengo 3 preguntas. La primera es para la para la ponente que nos habló sobre esta cuestión del caso Palestina. Y mi pregunta es la siguiente: ¿qué responsabilidad jurídica se está planteando, o en todo caso existe, para estas empresas que están perpetuando lo que usted ha señalado como colonialismo de asentamiento? Es decir, ¿qué respuesta hay desde el derecho internacional para esas empresas que de alguna manera están perpetuando esta situación? Mi segunda pregunta va para la profesora Collins, y es, no tanto, disculpe, una pregunta, pero sí un comentario. Y mi comentario es el siguiente: usted nos ha planteado la idea de que, digamos, la justicia penal internacional también es posible que sea, digamos, materializada en los ordenamientos jurídicos internos. Y es interesante, sí, pero hay una cuestión que quisiera destacar, y es que, por ejemplo, yo soy peruana y en el Perú hay casos, bueno, ahorita mismo está vigente una ley de amnistía para estas personas que de alguna manera pueden tener o han tenido probada responsabilidad en el conflicto interno que tuvimos en los años 80. Entonces, claro, en un contexto como ese, y no solamente posible en el Perú, sino también en otros países, ¿qué tan viable es que esta justicia internacional se lleve a cabo? Es decir, es un claro límite, ¿no? Entonces, en contextos como ese, es claro que la mayoría de personas que se han sentido afectadas apelen más bien a los sistemas regionales o incluso internacionales. Y la última pregunta es para la última expositora. Yo quisiera saber quién determina ese derecho indígena, porque hay tantos pueblos indígenas, sobre todo en Latinoamérica, que, claro, determinarlo es difícil. Y la última es si es que existen casos vinculados en África sobre esa cuestión, porque si bien es cierto el conflicto armado interno en el Perú también se perpetró contra comunidades indígenas andinas. Sin embargo, digamos, hasta donde tengo entendido, el sistema de justicia no tomó en cuenta sus cosmovisiones. Gracias.
Bueno, principalmente agradecer a todas las ponentes, fueron, creo que, aportaciones muy interesantes de temas que yo personalmente me interesan, pero que no estoy muy empapada de ellos. Mi pregunta es solamente una y sería para la última ponente. Bueno, quisiera preguntar si en el contexto de un conflicto armado existen casos en donde las interseccionalidades de las comunidades indígenas hayan sido tomadas en cuenta al momento de desarrollar esta justicia transicional.
Yes, I think we can return to our speakers. Let's maybe.
I also had a question, if I can. It was too much question. I have one.
Sorry?
For co-panelists, can I ask?
Yeah, go on. That's good.
Te tenía una pregunta sobre la categoría de ocupación, que sí, hay dos cosas. La una que sí es problemática y se está utilizando porque al final es un poco un vacío legal. Pero por un lado, pues no sé si podría desarrollar un poco más sobre eso, pero también fue la creación misma de la categoría de ocupación, no la utilización que se está haciendo ahora, pero la categoría cuando fue creada ya había un poco ese régimen de excepción y ya esa es dinámica del colonialismo, porque casi fue creada, al menos en el RCSC, utiliza mucho para Palestina. Y era porque no queremos entrar en la calificación de los conflictos, etc. Entonces eso, y por otro lado, y quizá ahí combinó más con la práctica y con una charla que tuve con Francesca Albanés, que también dice, pues no solo es genocidio, sino que hay todo un colonialismo, etc. Pero eso, ¿cómo podrías, delante de una corte, uno tiene que utilizar el vocabulario jurídico, ¿sabes? Entonces, y si utilizas la narrativa del colonialismo, pues quizá vas a perder tu caso porque no encaja en nada. Entonces, ¿cómo poder hacer esto de utilizar el vocabulario de genocidio, de ocupación, pero al mismo tiempo llegar a sentencia que toman en cuenta todo el colonialismo y no reproducir esa violencia misma? Gracias.
Great. Monsters, do you want to open up the reflections? Then we can go in the order of how we're sitting, since the last one was also for you. So
bueno,
back to our panelists.
Perfecto. Voy a contestar en español y realmente son cuestiones muy interesantes. Creo que las dos primeras, de alguna manera, se pueden responder conjuntamente. Hay una articulación de diversas respuestas posibles, como ya ha sido puesto de relieve también. La cuestión de la complicidad de las empresas no ha evolucionado tanto desde Nuremberg hasta nuestros días, porque ya fue planteada la cuestión precisamente por la complicidad, contemplada desde el punto de vista de la responsabilidad penal individual de directivos, ¿no? Que se ventiló en Nuremberg a través de distintas vías, sobre todo el apoyo, y quedó claro desde entonces cómo aunque ha habido algún vaivén en la jurisprudencia, cómo basta con el conocimiento de la participación en hechos que tienen una relevancia jurídico-penal para activar esa categoría de complicidad de las empresas. El Comité Internacional de la Cruz Roja lo ha dejado claro desde la perspectiva del derecho internacional humanitario, porque las empresas, claro, se mueven en una paradoja que son en gran medida invisibles ante el derecho internacional, y de hecho es uno de los grandes desafíos que tiene la sociedad contemporánea y el derecho internacional, hacerlas rendir cuentas, porque son unos actores poderosísimos que están en la sombra. Lo vemos ahora, el poder de las tecnológicas, y vemos cómo tienen una relación directa o indirecta con la comisión de crímenes graves, atroces y sistemáticos. Precisamente por esas cadenas de suministro globales que son tan dinámicas, que tienen problemas de transparencia, hace que se puedan ocultar y que no puedan responder por las violaciones. Entonces, está claro que tienen responsabilidades y que tienen obligaciones. Las obligaciones vienen sobre todo por la vía del derecho internacional humanitario, pero tienen también otras muchas responsabilidades sobre las que se ha ido avanzando gracias sobre todo a códigos de conducta del estilo de las referidas a las empresas y derechos humanos de John Ruggie en el 2011. Y ha habido otras de otras organizaciones internacionales. Se supone que la directiva de la Unión Europea tiene que dar lugar a más legislaciones internas, como ya había por parte de Holanda, por parte de Alemania, por parte de Francia, por parte de países de fuera de la Unión Europea, también de Noruega, y se esperan más legislaciones precisamente por la transposición de esa directiva de diligencia corporativa en materia de sostenibilidad. Bien, es cierto que ahora la simplificación reciente, que aún termina de cerrarse esta semana con el PAC, este ómnibus de la Unión Europea, realmente le ha dado un hachazo a la vía de la responsabilidad civil, por ejemplo, porque ha metido ya las empresas habían presionado mucho durante la negociación de esta directiva, ahora con la simplificación a posteriori de su entrada en vigor todavía le mete un hachazo a la responsabilidad y eso, qué duda cabe, va a revertir en el tema de las legislaciones internas que se esperaban. Y de hecho las legislaciones que ya existen tienen ahí también puntos débiles, tienen resquicios de los que ya hemos visto, precisamente por ahí se pueden colar. Y lo hemos visto en el funcionamiento de los códigos de conductas, como por ejemplo los puntos de contacto de la OCDE no han hecho su trabajo con respecto a Palestina. En cada país tienen un formato, un estatus y bueno, Israel, claro, es miembro de la OCDE. Entonces ahí, hace mucha resistencia. Entonces, ¿qué formato? ¿Cómo? Bueno, pues sin duda, la deriva que vayan a llevar los tribunales internacionales va a ser condicionante en gran medida. Que la Corte Internacional de Justicia acabe diciendo que ya no es solo plausible la comisión de genocidio, sino que se ha cometido genocidio, va a dar una certidumbre jurídica que necesitan determinados otros actores. Pero me temo que, claro, va a ser demasiado tarde para muchas cosas. La Corte Penal Internacional, pues lo mismo, seguirá su andadura, ya vemos, a costa de unos obstáculos que a veces que parecen absolutamente insuperables, ¿no? Hemos visto las sanciones, pero ahí están las órdenes de arresto que, bueno, hemos visto también esta mañana cómo al menos generan ciertos efectos, aunque no sean los deseables, ¿no? Que no se puede salir no pueden sobrevolar determinados espacios aéreos, etcétera. Esto, claro, sería una vía para litigación estratégica con jurisdicción universal, pero también hemos visto el repliegue que ha habido, ¿no? Después de la década aquella de oro ya lejana de la jurisdicción universal y cómo realmente, pues ahí ha habido muchas maniobras en la oscuridad precisamente para que los estados plieguen velas y vayan reduciendo el espacio que sus leyes de enjuiciamiento criminal dejen a esta vía. Entonces, bueno, quedan todavía, pero bueno, hay espacio, hay ya demandas introducidas en algunos estados con respecto a las empresas, y no solo eso, vemos también los tribunales de conciencia que se están llevando a cabo, los tribunales de la sociedad civil. Ha habido varios ya con respecto a Palestina, en Estambul, en Bosnia, que se han celebrado algunos simbólicamente, en España han tenido ya sesiones iniciales en Barcelona, en Madrid, y se ha abierto varias vías para ver la involucración de las empresas en temas de tecnología, de agroindustria, de turismo, de universidades, educación, y se muestra cómo en algunos casos no hay solo un vínculo indirecto, sino que hay un vínculo directo que llega hasta el genocidio en Gaza. Por ejemplo, empresas como las que extraen minerales como el fosfatos del Mar Muerto y de territorios ocupados, que me lío, ¿verdad? Que llegan, o sea, son materiales de doble uso que llegan a la conexión directa con el genocidio en Gaza. Entonces, bueno, con las bases de datos que han hecho las empresas, que han hecho la relatora especial, la Oficina de Naciones Unidas, etcétera, pues ahí hay una base, una información valiosísima que se puede utilizar. Y con respecto al tema de la ocupación, pues sí, estoy de acuerdo que es una categoría que nació ya con un vicio de origen porque nace como transitoria pero no se ponen plazos. Entonces realmente, pues distintos autores han mostrado cómo se puede transformar. Al hilo de Irak, por ejemplo, se han renovado mucho los estudios viendo cómo a veces habla de una ocupación que se transforma, pero que se puede transformar, pero que tiene que reunir determinadas condiciones, ¿no? Que ninguna de ellas se da en el caso de Palestina. Palestina, de cumplimiento de derechos humanos, etcétera, el beneficio. De hecho, el ocupante siempre tiene la consideración de un administrador, no puede más que usufructuar los bienes. Y aquí, claro, en este caso no se ha hecho nada de eso, sino todo lo contrario, se ha esquilmado, se ha destruido, se ha aprovechado y se ha privado a los palestinos de sus recursos esenciales, de bienes esenciales para su propia supervivencia y para cumplir el principio de libre determinación.
Thanks, Mansa, for those reflections. Lina, you want to comment?
Yes, so I sorry. So there was no specific question for me, but I have been studying the politics of justice in Africa for a long time. So I thought I could contribute something on the question of indigenous ontologies. Was it you in Africa? And so it's so interesting because, of course, there has been civil wars that were waged in ways that drew on local, cultural, African, indigenous understandings of violence. And there's a very interesting book written by Tim Kilsell, where he looks at what happened to these ideas when they reached the Special Court for Sierra Leone, which is this sort of international criminal justice setup to deal with the civil wars in Liberia and Sierra Leone. And what was so interesting to see, and I think maybe that also reflects how international criminal justice was sort of thought about differently 10 years ago, was that anything that was sort of not universal, anything that was sort of had a local significance was deemed irrelevant for international criminal justice and international criminal law. So it was seen as irrelevant, as nothing to do with the cases, even if the rebels that were carrying out war crimes and crimes against humanities, even if they appealed to sort of local understandings of right and wrong. And of course, in the special tribunal, you had international judges, and like they didn't take at all to these sort of local or African claims. So how I would see that sort of if I was to use the framework that I introduced today, both back then the indigenous or the African ontologies sort of failed to make core concepts soar. So they basically they contributed a contestation, but the special court basically decided that the contestation was outside the paradigm. Whereas I think what we see today, which Nina talked about, was that these indigenous concepts are sort of making some of the core assumptions of the framework very sore. And the response has been to basically, instead of deeming the sort of the worldviews and understandings of life and spirits irrelevant and pushing it back outside the paradigm, that we now see that it is sort of maybe contributing to a redefinition of the core concept. So I think in African international justice, there has not been so much, and I think that that also speaks to how international authority treats African actors. They are generally not taken very seriously, but there's a much more sort of, a different, like Kath was also saying, a different transitional justice maybe in Latin American countries. So yeah, that was it.
Maybe I build on this.
Yes, go on. Yeah.
Because I guess I have a bit of a different intake, and there I'm putting more my indigenous lawyer, indigenous right researcher. And as you said, like we mentioned local understanding of justice often in Africa, not indigenous ontology that much. And this is also part of the fact that not that many communities, like, so there is indigenous groups in Africa, but there's also a lot of groups that will fall into international understanding of indigenous communities, but that would not identify themselves as indigenous. And so I think there is maybe both that are, again, I'm not an expert on the African context, that are like the international understandings, but I think there is also this, always we speak about local, and you see it also in the climate change, for those who are the COP, etc. And that brings me to your question, que Colombia también es un caso muy particular, y ahí creo que es un poco, y no tuve tiempo, obviamente no hay tiempo aquí, pero lo que estoy explicando es el resultado de una lucha histórica que hace que las comunidades, hay comunidades muy bien organizadas también en Colombia, lograron llegar a La Habana y hacer que el acuerdo de paz incorpore lo que se llama el enfoque étnico, pero es decir que ya en el acuerdo de paz hay esa idea que tienen que componer con las ontologías y los sistemas indígenas, que hace que también ellos se reunieron y dijeron, necesitamos a alguien dentro. Si la JEP va a ir así y no hay jueces indígenas, no vamos a lograr, necesitamos a alguien de dentro. Y se ponen de acuerdo de quién va a ir. Belkis hace parte del movimiento indígenas. Mier es del CRIC, para los que conocen bien el CRIC. Entonces, también hay todo ese contexto que hace que hoy logran litigar e incorporar un ejemplo de lo que comuniqué hoy. Me gusta mucho tu pregunta sobre el derecho indígena y también tu pregunta, le invito a hacer un poco de antropología. Me gusta cuando los abogados ponen cuestiones más de antropología. No hay una cosa como el derecho indígena, de hecho es un label que se utiliza en los textos de ley. No es un derecho en el sentido de reglas de un sistema normativo. El hecho que hablamos en las constituciones, también en América Latina, de derecho indígena, hace que algunas comunidades empezaron a formalizar y estandarizar ese derecho. Pero viene de lo que se llama la ley de origen, está también la tierra, hace parte de esa ley, la tierra te habla y te da los principios, etc. Y entonces eso me llega a decir lo que tú decías, que cambia de cada comunidad, ¿verdad? Entonces aquí, por ejemplo, lo que presento es no decir hay una solución que se va a estandarizar. El territorio como víctima, de hecho no dicen territorio como víctima, pero van a decir Umakiwe Katsasu como víctima. Para poder entrar, esa es diferente comprensión del territorio. Y luego cuando tú piensas la reparación al territorio, lo que yo digo es el proceso que cuenta, es decir, que hay que involucrar los guías espirituales, las comunidades, pero el contenido va a cambiar dependiendo de cada comunidad y de su propio derecho propio, así lo llama en Colombia. Entonces, pues espero que más o menos con eso, y Perú no tiene el mismo marco legal ni la misma historia, y no lograron en la justicia tradicional hacer lo que se hace. Pero creo que Colombia abre puerta, es un laboratorio donde abre puerta para el futuro. Y rápido sobre interseccionalidad, hay diferentes momentos donde sí se toma en cuenta la ontología indígena. Yo hoy hablé del concepto de territorio como víctima y de la concepción de los daños. También en las reparaciones, te voy a dar un ejemplo concreto, para los aguas se está construyendo lo que se llama la Casa de la Sabiduría, porque consideran que para restablecer la armonía es necesario tener ese conocimiento y esa relación con el territorio. ¿Okay? Y interseccionalidad, solo porque mencionas la interseccionalidad, hay un caso, por ejemplo, de violencia sexual, y ahí se toma en cuenta el hecho que para muchas comunidades indígenas, para las mujeres, el cuerpo es territorio. Entonces, las violaciones sexuales tienen otro significado, otra vivencia, y eso se incorpora en el marco legal.
Great, thanks Nina. Kat?
Gracias. Sobre si Palestina es o no un tema que se puede abordar desde la justicia transicional, yo de manera muy personal diría que no, pero es porque yo soy más bien partidaria de las justicias transicionales, de las situaciones paradigmáticas. Incluso pienso que la Comisión de la Verdad perdió mucho sentido cuando fue adoptado para post-conflicto y no para post-autoritarismo, que es donde se originó, y por algo se originó ahí. O sea, yo vivo en una de las situaciones paradigmáticas post-autoritarias y aún nos queda pega, entonces que mucho abarca poco aprieta. Nos invitaban hace un tiempo a México también con eso de que a ver si la justicia transicional nos trae alguna respuesta, nos ofrece algo en relación a la desaparición, y nos miramos y como que quedamos con que a veces hay que ser humilde, compañera y compañero, y decir que no, que nos desborda, no sabemos hacer todas las cosas, ¿me entendí? Entonces yo creo que, pero como digo, es un posicionamiento muy personal mío, no soy muy de las expansión, justicia transicional con todo y por y para todo. Sobre la justicia penal internacional materializada en disposiciones internas, más bien diría que justicia formal por crímenes internacionales se puede materializar así, y que tenemos algunos ejemplos interesantes. Ahora, de ahí a que sea duradera e irreversible, no. Y Perú lo demuestra, y Chile está a punto de demostrar lo mismo. Pero Perú, de la ley de amnistía, a varios saltos, al encarcelamiento de Fujimori, a nuevamente amnistía y DINA y los terrucos y todos los que ahora nos está pasando. Lo que digo es que dudo que nos vengan a salvar, y sé que no es un mensaje muy positivo, pero al menos desde los palacios de la justicia internacional yo creo que no hay, digamos, el centro bueno, voy a empezar a citar poetas irlandeses, pero el centro se deshace. ¿Y qué nos queda? O sea, la ONU ahora no tiene ni dinero para traducciones. O sea, es una cosa muy patética intentar ahora tratar dentro de la ONU con quienes, digamos, también ven estas materias. Y una Corte Penal Internacional que está supeditada a sus propias inoperancias. O sea, cae bajo su propio peso. Errores no forzados, además de los errores forzados. Y condicionadas al beneplácito del Consejo de Seguridad, porque se determinó no dotarlo de jurisdicción universal, y aunque se le haya dotado, ¿qué operatividad va a tener, digamos, en el escenario internacional actual? Sé que la Corte Penal Internacional no lo es todo, y para nosotros no es nada. Ahora, el sistema interamericano hasta aquí ha sido un aliado y un referente, pero fue producto también de un momento especial. O sea, esa expresión del sistema interamericano, del constitucionalismo transformativo, del ius constitucionales comunes, y those days are gone, creo. Me gustaría estar equivocada, pero eso. Yo creo que es momento de guarecerse y no de pretender al expansionismo. Y perdone que termine así.
Oh, yeah. If there's one common theme in this panel, it must be thinking out of the box and critical approaches to international frameworks and standardization, and I suppose that is really what we need to do. So thanks so much to our four panelists, and also for the questions from participants, and let's give them a big hand again. So with that, we will have our lunch break, and
I have deleted them. Good.
Okay, so lunch break, and we meet back here in the room at 3:45 for our session 3 about litigation strategies and advocacy, so something to really look forward to after lunch there. And thanks again to our panelists here.
Thank you.
No, thanks, Gav.
Yeah, nice to